Chapter 1425. She purposely brought up what happened last time. She was so anxious and worried. What was she worried about? Why did it feel like Yi Ying's apology was not the most important thing, but Sun Dongqing's? Even though Yi Qian was a meticulous person, he still could not figure out what their family was planning. The teacher of Class 3 did not immediately intervene. He still needed to understand the situation. Moreover, Yi Qian's reaction was very calm, so he did not need to rush to intervene. Yi Zhifan saw that his wife had finally lowered her head and apologized for that incident. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Forcing Ying to apologize first had some effect. This was a right move. Yi Qian would not forgive his daughter easily. He would definitely make things difficult for her. His wife, Sun Dongqing, had always been protective and could not bear for her daughter to be wronged. For her daughter's sake, she would also force herself to apologize to Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan saw that his wife was still able to say, "You are a magnanimous person. Forgive your aunt this once." He was so satisfied that there was a trace of smile in his eyes. Although his wife was a little stupid, as long as it concerned his daughter, Yi Qian, her brain was still quite flexible. She knew what to say to force Yi Qian. "Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. How are you going to answer her?" "Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. Answer forgive." That was what he wanted. Yi Qian had a good point. He was not calculative. If he forgave his wife over this incident, then he would really forgive her. Then he could finally answer to Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan. Answer not forgive. It was fine as long as the teacher knew their family's attitude. Moreover, if a junior did not forgive an elder's apology, wouldn't that make them seem narrow-minded? It was not a good thing for a student to be narrow-minded. The teacher would have some opinions in his heart. In short, it did not matter if Yi Qian forgave his wife or not. He would get the result he wanted. The scheming Yi Zhifan was only waiting for Yi Qian to speak. He stared at him with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Yi Qian shifted his focus to Yi Zhifan. He was the backbone of the family. It was definitely Yi Zhifan's idea to come to the school, and not Sun Dongqing's. She would never have thought of it. So what was Yi Zhifan planning? Yi Ying apologized, Sun Dongqing apologized, but Yi Zhifan didn't say anything. Yi Qian replayed Sun Dongqing's words in his mind, and after a while, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. "Your Excellency is magnanimous. Forgive Annie this once. Don't take it to heart." And he really didn't do it on purpose. Yi Ying apologized to him. If she didn't forgive her, she could have done it in front of a child. An elder apologizing to a junior and saying such things as a junior. How could he not forgive her? Her teacher didn't understand the actual situation. He didn't know how hypocritical Yi Zhifan's family was. He also didn't know what Sun Dongqing had done wrong. If her teacher saw that he didn't forgive her, how would he feel? Thinking of this, Yi Qian clenched his fists. What a scheming and astute Yi Zhifan. In order to make her university life miserable, he wanted the teacher to have a bad impression of her. He schemed to this extent. "Yi Zhifan, oh Yi Zhifan, you really put in a lot of effort." Yi Qian, who had seen through a few things, pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. His long and thick eyelashes covered the mockery in his eyes. Chapter 1426. Yi Ying's apology was fake, but Sun Dongqing's apology was real. The truth and the lies mixed together, and in the end, she became a petty person who refused to forgive her elders. However, Yi Zhifan, are you so confident that you can ruin her image in the eyes of the teachers? Yi Qian's eyes became even colder. No wonder Yi Ying was so confident, arrogant, and conceited. Yi Zhifan played a part in it. Yi Zhifan misunderstood. From his perspective, Yi Qian's expression was one of unwillingness to back down. Yi Qian's tightly pursed lips revealed a hint of stubbornness. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes smiled. He gave Yi Ying a look, indicating that his daughter should continue to lower herself so that Yi Qian's narrow-mindedness could be seen. A few seconds later, Yi Ying's eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she asked softly, "Sister, what can I do to gain your forgiveness? Can you tell me? I really regret it. Please give me a chance." All she wanted now was a chance. a chance to gain Yi Qian's forgiveness, a chance to enter Yi Qian's life and enter the sights of the military officers. As long as Yi Qian forgave her, she would have a chance to surpass Yi Qian. Jian girl, look, your sister already knows her mistake. Just forgive her. Your aunt also knows her mistake. Forgive her this once. After all, we're family. We'll see each other all the time. There's no need to make our relationship too tense. Yi Zhifan sighed deeply. His voice was filled with helplessness and melancholy. Uncle doesn't feel good about it. Our family has caused a ruckus in this place. We become a joke in our village. Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with mockery, looked up indifferently. He first glanced at Yi Zhifan, who was pretending to be sad, and then at Sun Dongqing. Seeing her face darken for a moment, then turn ruthless for a moment, he found it increasingly funny. He came over to ask her to forgive Ying. Moreover, he wanted her to forgive Ying in front of her homeroom teacher. This was a good plan. If she didn't forgive Ying and Sun Dongqing, she would be considered petty and narrow-minded. How could he forgive Ying and Sun Dongqing? She, Yi Qian, was not that great. So, Yi Zhifan also knew that he was setting a trap for him. Next, would Yi Zhifan immediately ask for the form teacher's contact information in the name of caring about his niece, Yi Jian's school life? In the future, if he had nothing to do, he could call the form teacher and say bad things about himself, and also mention Yi Ying's good points. Yi Zhifan would definitely mention Yi Ying and do everything possible to ruin his image in front of the teacher. How could Yi Zhifan let go of the opportunity to elevate Yi Ying and belittle her? Yi Zhifan had always been good at this kind of thing. Since he had to bring up the past, he might as well bring it up properly. Yi Qian's lips curved as he looked at Yi Zhifan, who was pretending to be sad, and said calmly, "I'm still young. I'm as immature as your daughter. Mr. Yi, why don't you ask your wife to tell me what happened that day again? Let my school judge whether or not we can forgive your family of 3. How about that?" She actually wanted to spread the news to the whole school. Sun Dongqing's and Yi Ying's expressions changed drastically. They didn't even have time to hide the panic that surged out from their faces. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't control her emotions, cried out involuntarily, "Old Yi." The rest of her words were forcefully swallowed by Yi Ying's tight grip on her arm. Her eyelids twitched even more violently. This is bad. This is really bad. Chapter 14:27. Who would have thought that the wretched girl would do something like this, leaving them with no way out? Yi Zhifan did not expect this either, and his back broke out in cold sweat. His face twitched violently, and he immediately said to the teacher, "The misunderstanding between the 2 kids is quite big. Teacher, can we talk in private? I'm afraid that if I speak, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings." After listening for so long, the teacher of class 3 smiled and politely declined. "We need to understand Yi Qian's family situation again. I'm sorry, but it's mealtime now. The military academy has a rule that if you miss the mealtime, you will not be served alone. Yi Qian still has training in the afternoon and needs a certain amount of stamina." The teacher of class 3 was in active service, a company commander. His tone was not as gentle as the typical civilian teachers, but was cold and intimidating. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Go to the cafeteria. After you eat, come to my office. I need to understand your family situation in private." There was a student with potential in the class who did not even need to participate in military training and who still had outstanding stamina, so she should be nurtured with priority. Since she had come to the academy had the obligation to protect her and help her block out any harmful elements. "Go quickly, leave this to the academy." Before he could finish the word deal, the broadcast system announced, "Year 1 Class 3 Commanding Freshman Yi Qian, please head to the dean's office." The teacher of Class 3 did not say anything else and let Yi Qian jog over. Things were just so coincidental. Yi Qian did not stay and turned to leave. Yi Zhifan felt himself heave a sigh of relief. If she really wanted to spread this matter to the whole school, his position as an officer might really come to an end. He thought that he could force her to submit today, but who knew that he almost caused a disaster? Then, Yi Zhifan could not help but wonder if Yi Ying would be as decisive as Yi Qian if she encountered this kind of situation. Probably not. Yi Ying was someone who would weaken when faced with a strong opponent. She would not be as bold as Yi Qian. Not only did Yi Zhifan let out a sigh of relief, but Sun Dongqing and Ying also felt the same way. Earlier, they had wanted Yi Qian to stay, but now they wished that she would never come back. Teacher, can we go to the office to talk? We mainly want to talk to the school about Yi Qian. This child, to my family side. Unfinished words always seemed so helpless. Even Yi Zhifan's voice was so bitter that he could squeeze out bitter bile. The teacher of Class 3 raised his hand and looked at the time. After pondering for a while, he said, "I'm sorry. I can't meet the parents of the students today. I'll ask the soldiers on duty to send the three of you away. I'm sorry. The military academy usually doesn't accept non-student parents." Since he'd already said so, he definitely wouldn't allow Yi Zhifan's family of 3 to stay any longer. After Yi Qian was led by a senior to the dean's office, Yi Zhifan's family of 3 was also invited out of the campus. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. Once they were out, Sun Dongqing's heart was still beating with fear. She kept patting her chest. Thank goodness we were called away. Otherwise, she really would have spread the news to the whole school. Ying raised her head and looked at the high school gate, which was as tall as a city wall. For a moment, she was stunned. Get in the car first. Yi Zhifan's face was terrifyingly dark. He had underestimated Yi Qian again and again. He had clearly planned everything out, but in the end, she always foiled his plans and forced him into a corner. He could not delay any longer. He had to force Sun Yaozu to make his move as soon as possible. The 7-day National Day holiday. He had to find a way to deal with it himself. Chapter 1428. Dad, Yi Qian's wings have already hardened. After some time in the car, Ying finally spoke. She's not someone I can deal with right now. If you don't want to see her grow stronger, you need to do something. Yi Zhifan gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at his daughter. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He heartlessly rejected his daughter's suggestion. If you don't want to see her grow stronger, Yi Ying, you need to work hard. Whether or not I'll do anything to Yi Qian is the adult's business. It has nothing to do with you. Also, you did the right thing today. Dad is very pleased. Murder and arson. How could he let his daughter, who was still in her prime and had a bright future, know about these illegal things? He wouldn't even get involved himself. He would only borrow someone else's hand to see if he could solve the problem in his heart. Was he pleased? Ying lowered her head and looked at her palms. Her delicate palms were scarred and stained with blood. Apologizing to Yi Jian had exhausted all of her courage and shattered all of her pride. However, the other party didn't care about her apology at all. He didn't even look her in the eye. Her pride and self-esteem were ruthlessly stepped on. If she used her pride and self-esteem to make her father feel pleased, Yi Ying's slender fingers tightened slightly. She expressionlessly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Dad, as long as you're happy. As long as you're happy. Who asked her to rely on you now? The car gradually sped up. When the green light turned green, Yi Zhifan, with his jaw tense, stepped on the accelerator and left the University of Science and Technology of China with his unwilling wife and daughter. Inside the University of Science and Technology of China, Yi Qian heard the sound of come in. Yi Qian pushed open the anti-theft door of the office. She looked up slightly and saw the handsome face she was most familiar with. She saw him in casual clothes the day before the holidays. Could it be that he specially rushed over to spend National Day with her? Impossible. How could he have so much time to spend with her? Most likely, he was here for official business. The dean was a 55-year-old lieutenant general with the rank of deputy major. This meant that he was a dean with real power, unlike the teachers of Class 3 who were only active soldiers in the military academy. In the military academy, there were 3 types of teachers: active duty, civilian, and employed. Teachers are active military personnel. They start from a position of deputy company commander and can reach the position of deputy division commander. Their military rank can be as high as senior colonel. On the other hand, civil service teachers started from level 12. The hired teachers would be regarded as teachers of local colleges and universities. They would not have military ranks and would only be able to participate in various professional and technical titles and obtain professional and technical positions. Yi Qian saluted the dean. Year 1, Class 3, Yi Qian reporting. The girl who came in was wearing a female soldier's uniform. She had long sleeves, a jacket, a standard female soldier's military skirt, a belt around her waist, and a large brimmed hat on her head. She was valiant and full of the tenacity of female soldier. Due to the scorching sun outside and the fact that she was walking in a hurry, there was still sweat dripping down her face. However, her eyes were extremely calm, without the slightest hint of panic. At a glance, one could tell that she was a female soldier who could withstand the wind and waves. When the dean saw Yi Qian's military aura, the smile on his stern face deepened. Yi Qian, who was highly regarded by the military and had already served China, was a female soldier who had made a lot of mistakes. Not bad. You're still so energetic after standing for more than 3 hours. The dean was very familiar with Yi Qian. The reason why she was exempted from military training was because the dean was the first person the military contacted. He pointed at the guest sofa and gestured for Yi Qian to sit down. Come, sit down and have a cup of water. Chapter 1429. Yi Qian obeyed and sat down. Like Xia Jinyuan, he sat upright and strong like a pine tree, full of military aura. Because he was wearing a military uniform, his knees were close together and his calves were slightly slanted, giving him the flexibility of a female soldier. Strength and gentleness. He was the green flower of the military. The dean nodded with satisfaction again and turned to Xia Jinyuan. Major Xia, the school will fully cooperate with the military. You should tell Yi Qian the specifics personally. The importance that the military attached to Yi Qian had exceeded his expectations. Every time something happened, Major General Yang from the army would personally call the school and send someone to pick up Yi Qian. This level of importance was no ordinary level of importance. As the dean, he was naturally happy that his own student was valued by the military. With a smile in his eyes, the dean said to Yi Qian, "Don't feel burdened. The school will also fully support you." "Yes, sir." Yi Qian did not take the initiative to ask. After answering the dean concisely, his gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan. The two of them looked completely professional, without a trace of intimacy between a couple. Xia Jinyuan, who was here for business, took Yi Qian half an hour later to the parking lot of the University of Science and Technology of China. "Let's get in the car. I'll tell you in detail the mission from 7 o'clock p.m. to October 4th. He opened the door of a black business car and said, "Get in." Yi Qian, who had just attended the school's National Day celebration, did not even have time to change out of his sweaty casual clothes. He just carried his hastily packed luggage and got into the car with Xia Jinyuan. In the car, there was already someone waiting in the driver's seat. When he saw Yi Qian get in, he slowly said in a low and cold voice, "Yi Qian, long time no see." It was G3. "Long time no see." Yi Qian bent over and got into the car. Then Xia Jinyuan bent over and got into the car like a cheetah. He closed the door and ordered G3 to start the car. All his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were very good at driving. Because they were in a hurry, they drove very fast. When they encountered traffic jams, they were able to flexibly cut the queue and instantly overtake other cars. As soon as Xia Jinyuan got into the car, he took off Yi Qian's large brimmed hat and said, "Time is a little tight. We have a 1:30 flight to the capital. Get changed in the car first." When the G3 heard this, it immediately turned the rearview mirror that was originally facing the back seat to the side. At the same time, it drove the car to the side. Yi Qian, who was carrying his luggage, was stunned. "In the car? Changing clothes? Are you sure? Can I change at the airport?" "Don't worry, he won't dare to peek." Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at G3, who was focused on driving, and whispered to Yi Qian, "I will protect you. Don't worry." Yi Qian was speechless. She took a deep breath and tried her best to mentally prepare herself. Then she picked up her luggage and went to the last row of the car. It wasn't because he wanted to protect her. It was because she had never changed in front of anyone before. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Was she still afraid that he would peek? Major Xia, who was sitting upright and looking straight ahead, reminded her, change into casual clothes. Then he heard the sound of the luggage being unzipped and the rustling of clothes. It was indeed not good to change clothes in the car. Even the slightest movement could be heard. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry, he would definitely have asked her to go back to the dormitory and change before coming out. However, this wouldn't happen only once. It would happen often. He leaned forward slightly and reached out to turn on the car radio. He then turned it up to the music station and turned it up. Only then was Major Xia satisfied that he couldn't hear the sounds from the back seat. G3 glanced at him with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1430. Fortunately, Yi Qian changed quickly. In such a small space in the car, she managed to finish changing within 2 minutes. His sweat-soaked casual clothes were neatly folded, and his small military boots had been replaced with sports shoes. He wore a white short t-shirt and black slim-fit cotton sweatpants. With his short hair that reached his chin, he looked as refreshing as the cool summer breeze, making people feel refreshed just by looking at him. Yi Qian had exquisite features. Her eyebrows were thick, and her skin was as white as porcelain. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her short hair didn't make her look ugly. Instead, it made her facial features look even more exquisite. To be honest, even the G3 members were worried about Xia Jinyuan for him to have such a beautiful girlfriend go to a military academy where there were more males than females. This was the first time Yi Qian had encountered something like this. Even though she was mentally strong, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Her ears were slightly red, but she pursed her lips and pretended to be calm. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with his eyes slightly closed. Then he said calmly, there are bound to be some inconveniences when male and female soldiers work together. However, special circumstances require special treatment. Don't mind it too much. Yi Qian still had a shy smile on her face as she raised her head. Her eyes met his deep, dark eyes. There was no other emotion in his eyes, only a cold, serious look. Yi Qian pursed her lips instinctively and hid her embarrassment. She took a deep breath and looked back at him with clear eyes. Okay, I understand. In a few seconds, she adjusted her emotions and no longer felt awkward about changing clothes in the car. She treated it as part of her mission, so it wasn't a big deal. She was in a hurry to get dressed, so her hair was a little messy. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips with a cold expression. Suddenly, he reached out and gently smoothed her messy hair. Autumn is coming. Your hair gets dry easily. You'll feel better if you use a good conditioner. Yi Jian blinked her eyes. Something was not quite right. Just a second ago, he was so serious and treated her like a subordinate. In the next second, he was so gentle and treated her as a boyfriend. She couldn't react in time. Xia Jinyuan's heart softened at the sight of her sparkling eyes. He retracted his hand and cleared his throat before getting down to business. I received a mission at the last minute. During the National Day celebration, you need to protect a leader nearby. You're not allowed to leave. Tomorrow was the celebration of the founding of our country, as well as the military parade of the century. While the whole country was celebrating, it also attracted the attention of the whole world. Not only did the highest leaders of China attend this ceremony, but there were also international friends and ambassadors from various countries. At this time, the security forces had reached the level of Red Grade A. Their air and ground forces were at full force, and even the borders had entered combat alert. The leader that Yi Qian wants to protect has a rather important political position in our country. He often represents our country on overseas visits to promote exchanges between our country and other countries. When you appear, there will be someone to lead you. You just have to pay attention to your surroundings. At this point, Xia Jinyuan purposely emphasized her tone to let Yi Qian know that her main task was to pay attention to the surroundings. Yi Qian could tell that something was wrong. She straightened her body, and her expression became even more serious. For this mission, there will be a total of 3 people accompanying the leader. No matter what, you are not allowed to be more than 30 centimeters away from the leader. After the ceremony, you will accompany the leader down the tower until the Zongnanhai guards take over. During this time, You're not allowed to communicate with anyone, and you are not allowed to leave your room alone. If you discover anything unusual, report immediately. Chapter 1431. The distance between them must be no more than 30 centimeters. This meant that if anything went wrong, her brain and body would be able to react quickly and protect her leader from any life-threatening danger. Yi Qian understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words. Her expression became calmer, and Xia Jinyuan knew that she understood what he meant. The car sped towards the airport. Xia Jinyuan explained to Yi Qian what she needed to do over the next few days, as well as her specific mission. Due to the importance of this mission, she would be severely punished if she was not careful. He maintained a solemn expression throughout the entire process. Yi Qian, this mission is more important than anything else. If anything goes wrong, you might even be expelled from the military. Originally, a female soldier from the Nangguang military district was supposed to carry out this mission. In the end, the military district decided to send you instead. Yi Qian, do you know why? Yi Qian had already heard what Xia Jinyuan said. Her small face was especially solemn. She shook her head. I don't know. To her, protecting her leader at the celebration was even more stressful than protecting her leader overseas. Overseas, she could deal with any accidents immediately. But domestically, she couldn't even use her gun casually. Now, she only had one thing on her mind: adjust her mentality as soon as possible, set her position, and face a new round of challenges. Her voice was very calm, and her dark eyes did not fluctuate too much. Xia Jinyuan felt that he could no longer see through Yi Qian. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking and whether she had too much psychological burden for this mission. It was normal for her to have psychological burdens. When he received a call from a major general ordering him to immediately head to the National University of Science and Technology to pick up Yi Qian for the celebration mission, his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time that little fox was carrying out a major mission in the country. Furthermore, the Snowfield Brigade would never appear to protect a leader when carrying out a major mission in the country. Every time they carried out a major mission in the country, they would always have a specific purpose. For example, the mission this time was to eradicate an illegal organization. Xia Jinyuan continued in a low voice. The leader has a very good impression of you. He thinks that it would be better for you to carry out this mission. Plus, you have experience in large-scale combat, so you have an advantage over the female soldiers who only carry out special missions in the Nangguang military district. The leader personally recommended you to the military, and that's why you were assigned this mission. It turned out that Yi Qian was sitting in front of the television like everyone else watching the celebration. Because of her outstanding performance, the leader was still able to remember her after so long. While Xia Jinyuan felt happy, he also felt that Yi Jian would be under a lot of pressure. His expression was cold, and his eyes were calm as he looked at Yi Jian quietly, not missing the slightest change on her face. This mission is a very good opportunity for you to train. The Major General was very happy when he found out, but he was afraid that you would feel pressured. He specially sent me and G3 to pick you up and give you some psychological counseling so that you can devote yourself to the mission as soon as possible. Do you have any problems right now? Before Yi Qian could answer, Xia Jinyuan immediately said, You don't have to tell me your personal problems. We don't accept personal problems. Yi Qian, who had been listening carefully, suddenly felt happy. Was he worried that she would back out? No, I don't have any personal problems, Yi Qian replied seriously. She was smiling in her heart, but her expression was very serious. Complete the mission. Chapter 1432. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian's drive. She was like a blade of grass that wouldn't show any signs of fear no matter what. Hearing this, a small smile finally appeared on his cold face. Very good. If you had dared to say that there was a problem, I would have immediately reported it to the military and re-evaluated your psychological resistance. He and Yi Qian were lovers, but they were also comrades. They cared about each other in their daily lives, but they had to strictly supervise each other in battle. If there was a problem with her, as a comrade, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it just because she was his girlfriend. He would deal with it as he saw fit. He was absolutely selfless. Yi Qian had always known that Xia Jinyuan was a man who kept a clear distinction between work and personal matters. She never thought that he would take special care of her during a mission. He was so strict with himself, so he would be strict with her as well. At a red light, G3 stopped and looked back at Yi Qian. He said slowly, "What Q King said also represents my thoughts. If one's psychological resistance isn't strong enough, there will be fatal problems during a mission. You replaced the female soldier from the Nongguang military region because her psychological resistance didn't meet the requirements. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swapped her out at the last minute." He believed that the female soldier was also very upset at this moment. This was because this was a very good opportunity to train her psychological strength. As a Special Forces soldier, she had to be ready for battle at all times. Once a mission came, she had to be in the zone immediately. There was no time for her to relax and adapt. Major General Liu agreed to let Yi Qian join the mission temporarily because he hoped that Yi Qian could train more before she joined the Snowfield Brigade. He hoped that she could improve her comprehensive abilities faster and more steadily. Xia Jinyuan also hoped so. Before Yi Qian joined the Snowfield Brigade, the mission would only be more beneficial to her. It would allow her to integrate into the high-intensity combat preparations of the Snowfield Brigade faster and better. She would be able to adapt to life in the Snowfield Brigade faster. Tenacious perseverance, tenacious will, long-lasting endurance, strong psychological quality. These were all necessary conditions for a qualified Special Forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan hoped that she could adapt to the life of a Special Forces soldier in advance. As a member of the Special Forces, Xia Jinyuan was actually very happy to hear Yi Qian's answer. His little fox would never be stopped by difficulties. She would face them head-on and walk forward fearlessly. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian quietly and asked her, "Yi Qian, do you still remember what your goal is?" He was listening intently when he suddenly heard a question that had nothing to do with the mission. He paused for a moment before answering. "I remember. I want to become a Special Forces soldier, just like you, a Special Forces soldier like G3. Her voice was very clear, and her enunciation was clear and powerful. It seemed to contain infinite power, which made G3, who was driving, laugh uncontrollably. Female soldier Yi Qian was an extraordinary soldier in the hearts of all her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. They also hoped that she could become a member of the Snowfield Brigade, become a comrade, and fight side by side with them. Very good, Yi Qian. You have to remember what you said and become a Special Forces soldier like me and G3. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yi Qian, we all believe in you. All our comrades in the brigade, as well as Major General Liu, believe that you can definitely become a Special Forces soldier like us. Then, do you know what kind of Special Forces soldiers like us are? Chapter 1433. The last sentence made Yi Qian's pupils constrict. Was he trying to tell him everything about himself, G3, and his mysterious comrades? The car radio was turned off, and the well-sealed car was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. G3 drove calmly, not at all surprised by this. Before they came, Xia Jinyuan asked if the Major General could tell Yi Qian what kind of special forces they were. The Major General agreed. Why did he agree? They were both well aware of the reason. This time, the leader who arranged for Yi Qian to protect was not an ordinary leader. He was a leader who was in charge of investigating important matters. This leader rarely appeared in public. This time he suddenly appeared. There was an unusual deep meaning behind this arrangement. At least, they knew that this leader had decided to attend the celebration. The Great Hall did not agree at all, but they agreed in the end. Then, with the addition of the Snowfield Brigade, they immediately arranged for a female soldier, who would not normally receive much attention, to be his personal bodyguard. However, the female soldier did not have a strong psychological resistance. In the end, the leader personally appointed Yi Qian to replace the female soldier's original position and protect the leader who was willing to use himself as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. From this, it could be seen how dangerous it was for Yi Qian to stand beside this leader who used himself as bait to catch all the criminals in one fell swoop. There was even a possibility that he would be sacrificed, because this was a cult that had connections with foreign countries. Yi Qian sat very upright, his eyes shining like stars. He looked at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. "Captain Xia, I'm ready. Tell me. I'll listen to every word you say." God knows how interested she was in Xia Jinyuan's unit. Sometimes one would wonder what kind of unit they were in and how powerful their comrades were to be able to enter this unit. Would they be able to become a special forces soldier like them, or Captain Xia? Now that Xia Jinyuan was going to say it himself, Yi Qian felt a little nervous. Just now, when he knew that he was going to carry out a dangerous mission, he wasn't nervous at all. Now, he was nervous. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally in a serious mood, was stunned when he saw this. After a while, his slender fingers touched his forehead. His laughter was like rippling water. Slowly, he let out a deep laugh. This was the little fox he loved. She was so brave and pure. Our country has two special forces. One is the Snow Region Special Forces that I'm in, and the other is the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. On the battlefield, these two forces are the trump cards of our country, and they will go all out to turn the tide when necessary. With just 2 sentences, Xia Jinyuan noticed that the light in Little Fox's bright eyes was even brighter than a diamond under the sun. Although it was only 2 sentences, Yi Qian was already overwhelmed with emotions. The Sharp Knife Special Forces were able to turn the tide on the battlefield. This was the Special Forces of the Special Forces, the elite of the elite. These 2 forces are our country's secret forces that cannot be made public, shown in public, or known by others. No one knows of our existence, and no one knows the number of the forces we belong to. No one knows the meaning of our existence. Flowers and glory under the sun have nothing to do with us. No matter how difficult the mission is, no matter how perfect it is, as long as you are still serving in the force, your position in military rank will not change. Chapter 1434. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting against the car door, was dressed casually. He looked no different from a successful man entering and exiting a high-class office building. He wore a black long-sleeve shirt that made him look even more elegant and steady. The sleeves were slightly rolled up, and there was a hint of arrogance in his noble elegance. Without his military uniform, he perfectly hid the sharpness of a soldier in his bones. Although his aura was still strong, he lacked the bloodthirstiness of a soldier on the battlefield and had a more reserved and profound temperament. His eyes were very deep and dark. When he spoke, his deep black eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian. His low voice sounded like he was narrating a story, slowly and calmly. However, Yi Qian could hear the beauty of the magnificent sea in his calm tone, as well as the unpredictable turbulence in the depths of the sea. As he spoke, Yi Qian's expression became more solemn. Take me, for example. 5 years ago, I was a major. 5 years later, I'm still a major. No one knows about your contributions. No one knows about the people you saved. Sometimes, when you're on the battlefield, you even hide your nationality. No one could see your glory when you were alive. After you died, other than the Snowfield Brigade and the leaders of the military, no one else knows about it. Every soldier who joins the Snowfield Brigade will write a suicide note in advance and hand it in to the military for safekeeping. After they die, this suicide note will be sent to the soldiers' parents. I've been in the Snowfield Brigade for 4 years and have personally sent out 2 suicide notes. The parents of my fallen comrade still don't know why their son sacrificed himself. They don't know how great their son used to be. There are no flowers, no banners, no applause, no honor. There is only that we, the living, will always remember our fallen comrade. We will use our entire lives to remember and honor them. Yi Qian, this is my Xia Jinyuan's, a troop that I pledge my loyalty to, a troop that I have no regrets about sacrificing myself for. Do you still dare to set me as your goal? Xia Jinyuan's voice was still so calm when he finished speaking. But Yi Qian felt his blood boil when he heard this. Yi Qian looked at the calm Xia Jinyuan, the man who had helped her grow, held her hand, and gave his all without any complaints or regrets. Yi Qian's brows slowly curved like the bright crescent moon. Captain Xia, I'm suddenly glad that I set you as my goal and followed in your footsteps. A special force hidden by the country, a special force that could turn the tide on the battlefield and turn the situation of the entire war in an instant. Although they were unknown, they had always been dedicated to their motherland. He did not ask for anything in return, nor did he ask for flowers or applause, nor did he ask for glory. He only wanted to fight for his military uniform. Such a special force must be a super elite force. Uncle Chen had said that those who were famous and had outstanding military achievements in the special forces could be called elite special forces. And those who were unknown but could sacrifice their lives for the country in exchange for a decisive victory were called super elite special forces. In other words, Captain Xia's troop was the super elite special forces that Uncle Chen had mentioned. No wonder they rarely appeared. Once they appeared in a certain place, it would be filled with smoke and blood. Every time they carried out a mission, it was so difficult that ordinary soldiers could not imagine it. When they went, they were alive, but when they returned, their military uniforms would be stained with blood. They would die in exchange for the safety of the people of the motherland. Chapter 1435. Just like this time, Yi Qian's mission required the protection of the leader, so the risk factor was very high. The reason the leader personally appointed Yi Qian and the Major General agreed was because Yi Qian was very capable, and secondly, Yi Qian had a tender face, a fair and clean face, a gentle smile, and an unsheathed sword aura. He was just like a harmless university student. Once danger appeared, Yi Qian would be the target that would lead all the danger to himself. This was also why Xia Jinyuan requested the Major General to tell Yi Qian what kind of unit the Snowfield Brigade was. Glory has nothing to do with you, but danger will never leave your shadow. The girl in front of him was as beautiful as a painting. She was so beautiful that even the best artist in the world would find it difficult to draw her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a fearless spirit that even male soldiers admired. He thought that she would hesitate for a few seconds or be puzzled, but she didn't, not even for a second. He even heard the light in her eyes that was brighter than the sun. Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. There was a hint of gentleness in his dark eyes as he gazed deeply at the girl he loved. My girl, your appearance is the greatest glory of my life, the greatest pride. I used to think that your unit must be very powerful. Now that I hear about it, it's even more extraordinary. It doesn't matter if no one knows about our existence, as long as we know about each other's existence. It doesn't matter if no one knows about our military exploits, as our existence is unknown. As for flowers, applause, banners, glory, it doesn't matter if there are any. I just need to know why I'm wearing a military uniform and why I'm holding a steel gun. Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by the man who was quietly staring at her. It wasn't a gentle grip, but a firm grip. It was as if he would pull her directly into his arms in the next second. The Major General was hesitant before. He didn't want me to tell you these things. Xia Jinyuan didn't do anything else. He only held her hand tightly and laughed in a low voice. He was afraid that you would shrink back and be afraid after hearing it. The G3 and I both promised that you wouldn't shrink back after hearing it. Instead, you would be more interested. We also said that if you were really afraid, we would think of a way to make you not afraid. The G3 didn't turn around. He smiled faintly and said, Actually, the two of us never thought that you would be afraid, nor did we think of a way to make you not afraid. From this, one could tell how much the G3 trusted Yi Qian. Yi Qian's hand was still being held tightly. She wasn't used to holding hands with Xia Jinyuan in front of her acquaintances, so she felt a little awkward. She struggled a little, but she smiled and said, You guys trust me. What if I really quit? I don't think you can do anything to me. We didn't consider that this kind of problem wouldn't occur. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't let go. She struggled with all her might. He raised his eyebrows and gave Yi Qian a meaningful look, which meant, If you move again, I will hug you directly. A moment ago, Xia Jinyuan was still the professional Major Xia. Now, he was back to being the shameless Xianxia. Yi Qian glared at him and mouthed silently. The G3 is in the car. Can you restrain yourself a little? G3, I'm holding hands with my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that? Xianxia didn't like to sneak around, so he openly asked his comrade, you don't have to speak. Just nod or shake your head. Chapter 1436. Sometimes, G3 really felt that it was a little annoying to have such a shameless captain. He asked him if he had any opinions, but he didn't let him speak and could only nod or shake his head. Wasn't this telling him that he had to nod his head? Okay, comrades should help each other. G3 nodded, and nodded again, indicating that he didn't have any opinions. He quickly glanced back at Xianxia through the rearview mirror, and his body trembled violently. Damn, the way Q King looked at Yi Qian was so sweet that it made him choke. However, it looked quite enviable. It looked like he had to go back and ask Q King how to be in a relationship. Why was it that every time he went to meet his girlfriend, he didn't have anything to say? The two of them were either walking together in silence or helping the children in the mountain village with their lessons. Otherwise, she would be teaching in the dilapidated classroom while he chopped firewood in silence. It seemed less like the intimacy between Q King and Yi Qian. Looking, G3 actually figured out that something was wrong. Yi Qian was very reserved and knew to keep a certain distance from Q King in front of his comrades. But Q King didn't give her a chance to keep a distance at all. After discussing business, he immediately seized the time to talk about love. And he was afraid that he would be rash and scare his girlfriend away. Not to mention kissing. He didn't even dare to hold her hand. No, he had to change. He had to take action when it was time. How could he be overcautious? If he took action, he wouldn't regret it. If his girlfriend was scared, he wasn't a beast. What was there to be afraid of? Xianxia didn't know that he had enlightened G3. He raised his eyebrows and said to Yi Qian, my comrades are all very honest. They definitely won't lie. If he says he has no opinions, then he definitely has no opinions. Good comrades. They knew what to say at the right time. Yi Qian was no longer the little girl who was a little resistant to relationships in high school. After all, she had lived 2 lives. Although she was not as thick-skinned as Xianxia, she was not stupid. She could easily see through Xianxia's little tricks. She looked at him with a faint smile and said, you told G3 not to open their mouths to express their opinions. If the driver shakes his head left and right, he will look away. Only by nodding can he not affect the front and drive safely. Sometimes, when a girlfriend was too smart, the boyfriend would feel pressured. Xianxia, whose intentions were exposed, did not feel awkward at all. He held her hand and gently caressed it. The smile on his face deepened. He leaned forward slightly and tilted his head slightly to look at Yi Qian with a gentle and focused gaze. Because I don't want to see you feel awkward. So, I used my authority as the captain to ask my comrades to remain silent. Yi Qian could not help but blush. His voice was very low, and it was filled with deep indulgence. Little fox, we haven't seen each other for a month. Have you missed me? Not only was his gaze gentle, it also seemed to be filled with sticky honey. It took Yi Qian a lot of effort to pull her gaze away from his focused gaze. She then pulled one of her hands out of his and mercilessly covered that elegant and perfect face with her palm. Sit properly. Don't disturb G3's driving. What a dangerous man. She had looked at this face for a few years, but every time she looked at it seriously, her heart could not help but race. He was also looking at her with such a gentle gaze. Yi Qian could already feel her heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 1437. As for whether she missed him or not, Yi Qian didn't feel the need to answer. She didn't like lying, but if she told the truth, she would be embarrassed. Xianxia, whose face was covered by her hand, didn't get a reply, but his sexy lips curled up. He looked ahead and chuckled. I miss you a lot. I don't have time to think about you during the day, but I miss you a lot before I go to bed at night. Yi Qian, miss you a lot before you go to bed? Why do I feel like his thoughts aren't that simple? She missed him too, but she never thought about him before she went to bed. She didn't have much time to think about him during the day either. She had to stand at attention every day, go through formation training, and interact with her classmates. Her time was so packed that she didn't have much time to think about Xianxia. However, every time she walked past the school grounds, she couldn't help but wonder if Xianxia had walked past the same places she walked past. The more she thought about it, the sweetness in her heart grew. Yi Jian maintained a calm face and was not bewitched by his words of love. Major Xia could not help but turn his head to look at his girlfriend. Seeing that his girlfriend was sitting upright with a calm expression and only her ears were still red, he suddenly felt as if 100 pairs of cat claws were scratching his heart, making his heart itch. Needless to say, his little fox definitely missed him. When G3 saw this, his face remained expressionless, but on the inside, he couldn't help but laugh. Everything had its vanquisher. Yi Qian was born to vanquish Q King. Xia Jinyuan, who was overjoyed, knew that Yi Qian was shy, so he didn't continue the intimate actions between lovers. He sat upright and obediently. Time is a little tight. I need to speed. When G3 saw that both of them were sitting upright, he looked at the time and couldn't help but frown. The flight is at 1:30 p.m. It's 12:54 p.m. now. Q King, we need to contact the airport. Check-in had to be done half an hour in advance. This was a very strict requirement and couldn't be delayed by even a minute. However, Xia Jinyuan's situation was special, so the airport had to cooperate fully with them. The military had already contacted the airport and asked them to prepare for the delay in advance. Once there was a need to delay the flight, they would be able to start work immediately. Very soon, the airport received a call. The 3 special personnel would only be able to board the plane at around 1:15 p.m. All the departments would cooperate fully, and there would be no mistakes. We've arrived at the airport. We'll arrive at the lobby in 3 minutes. Xia Jinyuan spoke to the relevant personnel in charge of the airport as he walked. Yes, we have entered the elevator and will arrive at the lobby soon. At this time, it was already 1:15. There were still 15 minutes before the departure time. The 3 figures walked out of the elevator, and the person in charge of the airport led the 3 of them to a special passageway. From the time they checked in to boarding the plane, it only took a total of 6 minutes. At 1:24 a.m., the passengers on the flight to the capital boarded and sat down one by one. The passengers in the economy class put away their luggage, sat in their seats, buckled their seatbelts, and prepared for the flight. In the business class cabin, several flight attendants separated the first 4 empty seats with curtains so that the passengers in the business class cabin couldn't see who would be sitting in the 4 empty seats. Someone's phone beeped. Then, the person picked up the call and said lazily, "Hello." After a while, she said, "Second brother, I'm sorry. I really don't have time on National Day. I have to go to the capital for a trip." "Lie to you? Why would I lie to you?" Xiang, second brother, said, "I lied to him. Say something to him." Chapter 1438. It was the end of September, and the sun was still scorching. The sunlight was so bright that it was blinding. Yi Jifan stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window. He lowered his eyes and said gloomily, "The capital is under control now." "Brother-in-law, why did you go to the capital? Don't tell me you went there to watch the celebration." "Hey, second brother, no wonder you're a high-ranking official. How would you guess that?" Ever since his identity was restored, Sun Yaozu had been living a comfortable life. His body was full of fat, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was rich. A golden chain as thick as a pinky hung around his neck. As he bent down and sat down, the golden chain hung down from his neck, shining with a golden light. He sat down and winked at Yi Xiang, indicating for her to take the phone. He had nothing to say to his brother, who was an official. Yi Jifan naturally didn't believe that Sun Yaozu didn't have the awareness to go to the capital to watch the celebration. Moreover, with his status, did he have the right to watch it live? "I'm talking to you about something serious now. Go somewhere safer and talk to me." He couldn't say it even if he didn't believe him. If they wanted to get rid of Yi Qian, only Sun Yaozu could do it. He just didn't know if this coward would do it. He hated Yi Qian so much that he wanted to kill him, but he could tolerate it. There was no other way. With Ho Zi in the southern province, Sun Yaozu didn't dare to make a move. Old Madam Yi had repeatedly warned that if they wanted to get rid of Yi Qian, Yi Jifan had to do it first. They shouldn't be so anxious to avoid being used as a tool. Second brother, I really can't go anywhere else. I've already boarded the plane. If you had called 10 minutes earlier, I could have gone to the washroom to talk to you. Sun Yaozu, who was too fat, felt cramped in the business class seat. He moved his body and cursed unhappily. Fuck, I can't get any comfort, even if I spend money. Yi Xiang was touching up her lipstick with a small makeup mirror. When she heard that, she replied unhappily, I told you to be careful and control your weight. Although she said that, her eyes that were no longer young flashed with a hint of pride. It would be better if he was fatter, so that he wouldn't have the energy to do anything in a woman's bed. Otherwise, she might end up with an illegitimate child or something. The flight attendant's sweet voice greeted all the passengers on behalf of the entire flight crew. Sun Yaozu rolled his eyes and raised his phone so that Yi Jifan could hear the broadcast. Hearing the voice, Yi Jifan was convinced that Sun Yaozu had indeed gone to the capital. Then, Yi Jixiang's strange voice came from the other end. Second brother, if you really have time, go to the hospital and visit Mom. Now that Mom can speak as her son, shouldn't you go and accompany her? I didn't ask you to pay a single cent for the medical expenses. Can't you be more proactive about other things? Yi Jixiang was not a good person, but she was very filial to old Madame Yi. Her family was rich anyway, so she used all sorts of treatments, such as acupuncture, massage, and so on. What's more, it really worked. Old Madame Yi, who was originally unable to speak, could now speak with a crooked mouth. Old Madame Yi was very good to her daughter. Although she was old and paralyzed, she was still able to enjoy life. Some of the patients in the hospital were very envious. As for Yi Jifan, he did a good job of keeping up appearances, but it was impossible for him to go and accompany old Madame Yi every day. If it wasn't for his vigilance back then, he would have ended up like Yi Xinfan. Hearing this, he said calmly, Tell Sun Yaozu that Yi Qian might be investigating how her parents died back then. After you're done playing, think about how to deal with it. As her brother, I'm worried about what you're going to do. Huh, you guys ran out to play without saying a word. Chapter 1439. Then, he hung up the phone even though he clearly heard Yi Jixiang anxiously say, Hey, hey, hey. Yi Jifan chuckled as he held the warm phone. You want to fight with me? Dream on. He couldn't deal with Yi Qian because he had to take into account the military behind her. However, Sun Yaozu was nothing. He was a fugitive. Someone had erased his identity for him, so he could still let him break the law. Yi Jixiang felt terrible. She handed the phone over with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, My brother said, that wretched girl is investigating the past. Shut up. Although Sun Yaozu didn't look too good, he still knew where he was and stopped his wife from talking. Don't talk about family matters on the plane. You better have some guts. Don't panic over the slightest thing. As he spoke, his fat body moved closer and his cunning face showed a hint of pride. Didn't Mom say that he should be more scared than we are? Your brother is the most cunning. He wouldn't be so kind as to tip us off and trick you. Yi Jixiang had inherited old Madame Yi's selfishness, but not her shrewdness. However, she was as obedient as old man Yi. Hearing this, she patted her chest and sighed in relief. You scared me. You scared me. I thought. Receiving her husband's fierce glare, she didn't finish her sentence. A few steady footsteps came from the front, followed by the sound of whispers. The curtain that the stewardess had purposely put up moved slightly. Someone sat down. The plane was about to take off. The sweet voice of the stewardess reminded all passengers to check their seatbelts. Yi Qian fastened his seatbelt and sat down in his seat. He exhaled a breath of hot air. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind the curtain. It was a voice that he hadn't heard in years. His calm face turned cold. What's wrong? Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but ask. G3 also looked at her inquisitively. Her expression changed instantly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. She and Xia Jinyuan looked at each other, then turned their heads and looked at the curtain. Yi Qian's expression only changed after one of the men spoke in a gruff voice. I ran into an acquaintance. I didn't expect him to be on the plane. Yi Qian lowered his voice and said coldly, "Our relationship is terrible. I'm afraid he can recognize my voice." Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. There were only a handful of people who had a bad relationship with Yi Qian. It was not Yi Jifan's voice, but a strange voice that he had never heard before. A few seconds later, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. "Don't let them affect your mood. Take a break." He had already guessed who was sitting behind him. It was someone who had almost killed Yi Qian. Sun Yaozu didn't know that Yi Qian was right in front of him. He said, "What the hell is this? It's so tight that my stomach hurts." All right. Stop talking. Everyone has to buckle up. Do you think you're the only one? I told you to control your weight, but you didn't listen. Every time you're on the plane, you keep nagging." It was Yi Zhixiang's voice. Yi Qian, who was resting with his eyes closed, pursed his lips coldly. Although she looked calm without opening her eyes, her hands were clenched tightly. The two people behind her had almost killed her. No matter how calm she was still affected. Chapter 1440. Yi Qian's emotions had only fluctuated for a split second. By the time she closed her eyes, her emotions had already calmed down. She naturally had to settle her debts one by one, but she couldn't stop herself from moving forward just because of her past. Uncle Jin didn't want her to do this. Uncle Chun didn't want her to do this. Xia Jinyuan, as well as the other leaders who had high hopes for her, didn't want her to do this either. In her previous life, she was alone and helpless. In this life, there were people who loved her, people who cared about her, and people who silently supported her. She also had this wonderful time to accompany her. How could she let down this reborn life? Under the influence of Uncle Jin, Yi Qian, who had come with hatred, finally put her own future first. She temporarily put aside those who had harmed her. Before her wings were fully grown, it was best to bide her time. Seeing her closed eyes, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. He saw her frown, as if she was suffering. Xia Jinyuan reached out and held Yi Qian's hand. "If you don't want to see them, let me handle it." The Yi family was indeed annoying. It was better to get rid of them directly than to keep them around. Yi Qian, whose eyes were still closed, gently shook her head, indicating that she didn't need Xia Jinyuan's help. "Why?" Xia Jinyuan asked softly. His fingers gently caressed the soft skin in his hand. Her hands were very beautiful. Her skin was white and delicate. When he held them, it was as if they were boneless. It touched his heart. Just like him, there was a thin layer of calluses between her palms and fingers. This was the result of years of training. It's not a good idea to leave them alone. They have to be dealt with eventually. You stopped me in the past. Why do you still want to stop me now? Xia Jinyuan looked down and gazed deeply at his beloved girl. He didn't quite understand why she was so opposed to him handling the Yi family's affairs for her. After all, Xia Jinyuan was an important figure. Although he had joined the military, if he really wanted to make a name for himself, who would dare to not give him face? No matter how well hidden the person behind Yi Jifan was, or how powerful he was, if he wanted to deal with a provincial official, would that person stop him? Would that person dare to go against the family Xia? Before going against him, he had to consider whether he was strong enough. Yi Qian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his brows furrowed a little more, as if he had something difficult to say and didn't know where to start. "Is there something you can't tell me?" Xia Jinyuan asked again. He couldn't think of any other reason. The atmosphere became heavy. G3 glanced at Xia Jinyuan, then silently turned to look out of the window. Outside, the sky was clear for thousands of miles, and only the blue sky could be seen. This was the purest and most pure scenery. Yi Qian, just like the blue sky, was so pure and simple, but also had the mysterious vastness of the sky. People who looked at her couldn't help but admire her. What kind of unspeakable difficulties did she have? If she really was hiding something, then it must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, G3 hurriedly turned his head. His gaze was fixed on Xia Jinyuan, and Xia Jinyuan could feel it. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for Yi Qian's reply, looked up and saw his comrade communicating with him with his eyes. "Speak properly. don't be too impatient. He nodded slightly, indicating that he knew what to do. Seeing this, G3 was relieved and shifted his gaze back to the blue sky. He calmly admired the monotonous and boring clouds in the sky. Chapter 1441. Yi Qian did not open her eyes. It was as if she had really fallen asleep. Actually, she did not. It was obvious from her fluttering eyelashes that her emotions were fluctuating again. There were too many things that were inconvenient for her to talk about. She wanted to talk about them, but she did not know where to start or where to start. She was the only one who knew about those secrets. She was the only one who knew about them. She only wanted to solve those problems by herself. After a long time, Yi Qian slowly opened her eyes. She tried to smile to tell him that she was fine and that he did not need to worry. Xia Jinyuan felt a pang in his heart. He was very familiar with the look in her eyes. She had once looked at him with the same look in her eyes. There was a deep sadness and struggle in her eyes. Those eyes that were as bright as obsidian seemed to be covered with dust. Although she was smiling, it made him feel sad. His girl, his little fox, what secrets do you have that you can't talk about? Seeing the look in her eyes again, Xia Jinyuan was certain that Yi Qian had a huge secret in her heart that she could not tell anyone, not even him. It's good that you're fine. Go to sleep. After a long time, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said softly, if she did not want to talk about it, then so be it. The secret hidden in her heart was like a seed that had not yet sprouted. One day he would hear it. He held her hand, and she could feel that he was comforting her with his strength. His gentle gaze was like a feather, gently caressing her cold and hard heart. It inadvertently left a soft spot for her to feel warm. His gentleness made her feel at peace. Yi Qian nodded meekly and closed her eyes. The entire flight took about 3 hours. It was enough time for Yi Qian to have a good sleep. Originally, she was not sleepy, but under Xia Jinyuan's gentle gaze, Yi Qian felt at ease and didn't know when she fell asleep. G3 turned to look at Xia Jinyuan again. He raised his eyebrows and mouthed. Things seem a little tricky. Calm down. She will tell you when she wants to. Even G3 could tell that the little fox had something on her mind. I'm not in a hurry. Everyone is by my side. I'm not afraid. Xia Jinyuan answered. At the same time, he raised his hand and planted a kiss on the back of Yi Qian's hand under G3's gaze. G3. The chilly water got in his eyes. He wanted to use water to wash it away. Suddenly, he was provoked again. When the plane was about to land at Beijing Airport, Yi Qian had already woken up. When the plane came to a stop, 2 flight attendants stood by the aisle to prevent the passengers behind from suddenly walking over. Fuck, what kind of game is this? We're both in business class, but I have to wait for the people in front to leave first. Sun Yaozu's dissatisfied voice faintly floated from behind. Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. With a sneer, he quickly got off the plane and left under the guidance of the flight crew. When they walked out of the airport, they were immediately met by soldiers in plain clothes. Yi Qian didn't sit in the same car as Xia Jinyuan and G3. Instead, she sat in the same car as Major General Yang from the army. Fortunately, she was experienced. As soon as she got on the car, she saw Major General Yang's flashing badge. Yi Qian reacted quickly and didn't forget the proper etiquette. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, did I scare you? Major General Yang saw this and smiled even more amiably. Long time no see. The older you get, the more energetic you become. You look more like a soldier. Chapter 1442. The last time he met the Major General was during the Spring Festival. It hadn't been that long. The more Major General Yang looked at his own soldier, the more satisfied he was. He had performed so well in the Navy that the commander of the Navy would call him from time to ask when he would send Yi Qian over to study. Fortunately, the Army had acted early. Otherwise, he would have been snatched away by the Navy. What scared him even more was that the commander of the Navy dared to play matchmaker. He wanted to introduce Yi Qian to Demon King Li as his girlfriend. He even said that they would be family in the future and that Yi Qian was welcome to visit at any time. He had ulterior motives. He even used his beauty to trick Yi Qian. Now that he was in the capital, he had to squeeze some time out to have a heart-to-heart talk with the future Special Forces soldier. Don't be too reserved. We're just here to chat. There's nothing else. Don't be too nervous. The Major General could see that Yi Qian's expression was a little serious. He couldn't help but slow down and ask if the 3-hour trip was enjoyable. It was obvious that the Major General was very professional and rarely talked about family matters. Even the topics he picked were a little stiff. Yi Qian relaxed and smiled. "Everything is fine. Captain Xia and the others took good care of me. I fell asleep less than 10 minutes after boarding the plane and only woke up when the plane landed. There was no pressure or nervousness during the whole trip. Not bad, not bad. You should seize the time to recharge your energy. He mentioned to you about the mission in the next few days, right?" The fact that he could still sleep meant that he had good mental resilience and mental fortitude. The Major General even restrained his military might. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Yi Qian. He was personally appointed by the leader and fully cooperated with the military. As the Major General, he was under a lot of pressure. He was worried that Xia Jinyuan was young and didn't know much and would shock Yi Qian. Now it seemed that his worries were groundless. As the car started, Yi Qian faintly felt that the Major General didn't come over just to chat with him. Yi Qian's sharp sixth sense kept reminding her that she could speak in a relaxed tone, but her heart had to be tense. She shouldn't get carried away just because of the Major General's gentle attitude. Her relaxed attitude made the Major General even happier. "Relax when it's time. You're right. Little Yi, the leader has high hopes for you. You can complete this mission well." As he spoke, he handed over an army camouflage folder in his hand. "Take a look at this information. You can think about it yourself. There's not much time. It's from the airport to the place you'll be staying tonight." As expected, there was something else. Yi Qian took the folder and heaved a sigh of relief. A beam of light shone from the side. It was too dark in the car, so the Major General personally turned on the flashlight for Yi Qian so that Yi Qian could see clearly. How could Yi Qian let the Major General hold the lamp for him? He quickly reached out his hand, but the Major General raised his hand and avoided it. "Look carefully, don't get distracted. After reading it, remember it in your mind and heart." The Major General's expression was extremely cold. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed, and he tensed up as he opened the folder. After looking at it for less than 3 minutes, Yi Qian's calm expression became more and more serious. Her eyebrows began to knit together. When she saw the death toll at the bottom, her eyes twitched violently. You can't see the danger because someone used their body to block the danger. In her mind, this sentence jumped out with the color of blood. Just because you can't see the danger doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's because someone blocked the danger and kept you safe. Chapter 1443. They're the evil organization that has caused the most harm to society since the founding of the People's Republic. They create and spread all kinds of rumors that threaten the stability of society. They have also made many public speeches to attack the country and the government. They also smuggle and distribute large amounts of their books and propaganda. Inside the car, as the Major General spoke coldly, the temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. This organization is not only in our country, but also abroad. The leader you're protecting is the person in charge of this case, so he has a lot of information in his hands. According to the intelligence, this organization has already launched a series of assassination operations. They're trying to assassinate the person in charge to prevent our country from investigating them. Yi Qian, once you accept the follow-up mission, the danger you will face will be even greater than the mission you carried out in Pakistan. Indeed, it was very dangerous. The Pakistani side had guns on hand when carrying out missions, so they could raise their guns and complete the kill at any time. You can't do it in China. You can only do it under special circumstances. As the light source of the thin flashlight was turned off, Yi Qian's expression was dimmed by the streetlights outside. He couldn't tell what she was thinking at this time, nor could he see through her thoughts. In the past, she had basically carried out missions with Xia Jinyuan, so she only knew about it from him. What about this time? Was Xia Jinyuan going with her? There was also the problem of time. After pondering for a while, Yi Qian said, "Major General, I only have 7 days off. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it on time." As if he was sure she would agree, the Major General said, "You don't have to worry about the time. We will communicate with the school. Once you have thought about it, I will immediately contact the military and the local police. After speaking, the Major General paused for about 2 seconds, then asked Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and the others have already told you which unit they are in, right? Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? What kind of thoughts are you referring to? A super elite unit. Yi Qian smiled and replied with a yearning look in her eyes. Major General, I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but this is my goal. I think every soldier would be proud to be able to join such a unit. It was a little different from what he had expected. He wanted to ask her if she had any concerns, fears, or hesitations, but he didn't expect to hear a completely different answer. The Major General narrowed his eyes slightly. The golden branches and leaves on his epaulets and the golden star emblem flashed across the neon lights. The Major General turned around and let himself face the young military school student completely. He wanted to see if she really thought so, if she was really so fearless. Yi Qian did not avoid the Major General's gaze and allowed him to size him up. Outside the car, there was only the sound of the engine. Inside the car, there was no sound. Not only did the air seem to have frozen, even the people inside the car seemed to be holding their breaths. The guard was not affected and continued to drive. After a long time, he heard the Major General's laughter. It was light and gratifying, and he was happier than if he had won a battle. Good, good, good. Without any more words, the Major General repeated the word good repeatedly to express his happiness. Such a female soldier, such an outstanding female soldier, a heroine. In the other car, G3 said to Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting by the window, the Major General came personally and ordered Yi Qian to go alone. Q King, something is not right. He could already smell the danger. However, Q King looked so calm that he wondered if he was overthinking things. Otherwise, as a boyfriend, how could Q King not feel anything? It was impossible for him to not feel anything. Chapter 1444. The Major General had personally come over and called Yi Qian to the car alone. This matter was already unusual, so there was no need to think too much about it. There's nothing unusual about it. The leader she's protecting is not ordinary. After the celebration, it's not impossible for there to be some follow-up missions. Didn't we experience it before? Xia Jinyuan said calmly. His elegant and handsome face was expressionless. There was only an unfathomable calmness on his face. If she has a solo mission, the military will not let us know. I have no right to ask. In short, he would not interfere with Yi Qian's actions, nor would he ask about her actions. This was the most basic principle of a soldier. The taciturn G3 suddenly looked up at Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian is your girlfriend. Aren't you worried? Is there any use in worrying? Faced with his comrade's surprise, Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly. Is there any use in worrying during a mission? G3, Yi Qian is my girlfriend and also my comrade. On the battlefield, I will fight side by side with Yi Qian, just like how I fight side by side with you guys. When we're on a mission, I will work side by side with Yi Qian, just like how we divide the work. We are not just lovers. We are also comrades in arms who protect our country. When she is on a mission, I pray that she returns safely and that she completes the mission perfectly. Of course, I will be worried about her. That's why I pay great attention to her training. I will turn my worries into harsh training so that she can complete the mission with her own abilities and return safely. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Jian's love didn't involve too much romance and love. Their love and their interactions were strict, encouraging, supporting, and waiting for each other, because there were too many unknowns and too many dangers in love. There was no way for the two of them to be together forever. Only by putting their lives on the line could they make each other feel at ease. G3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this. After at least 5 minutes, he nodded gently. I understand. It was a different kind of love, a different way of getting along with each other. It was a unique love between Q King and Yi Qian. That night, Xia Jinyuan did not meet up with Yi Qian. At 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian, who was dressed in a low-key outfit, pass by him. He was responsible for keeping watch in the dark, while she was responsible for personal protection. They each had their own duties and did not disturb each other. Director, this way please. Yi Qian, who had only slept for 3 hours that night, memorized the leader's itinerary. He spent 2 hours checking the places that the Director General would need to pass through during the day, confirming where there were blind spots and where there might be danger. Yi Qian went through all these details in advance. The Director General was not tall and was a little thin, but he walked with vigor. Although there were gray hairs on his temples, his vigor was better than that of a young man. Faced with the female soldiers sent by the military, the Director General felt a little sorry for them when he first saw them, but there was no point in saying more, so he could only accept it. Xiao Yi, walk behind me. You don't have to block everything in front of me. At 4 o'clock in the morning, all the leaders were immersed in their work. The 54-year-old Director General did not want Yi Qian to protect him with his life, so he reminded him from time to time. Yi Qian, who was dressed like a translator, smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Chapter 1445. The Director General wanted to walk to the front so that Yi Qian could protect him. He escorted the Director General to the bulletproof car. This was Yi Qian's second mission to protect a leader. He did not have any stage fright or fear. The soldier driving the car was from Zhongnanhai. Coincidentally, Yi Qian had trained with him in the underground training room of an abandoned factory in the southern province. When he saw Yi Qian last night, the soldier was surprised. The bulletproof car drove to the city gate tower. The car was not slow, but it was very stable and did not shake at all. The Director General was wearing a gray Chinese tunic suit. He did not forget to tidy himself up after getting into the car so that he would not be rude to the leader later. Yi Qian was not the only one protecting the leader. There were also soldiers from Zhongnanhai. They were mainly responsible for the journey from the hotel to the city wall. After that, Yi Qian would escort them all the way to the city wall. The celebration began at 10 a.m. All the leaders would prepare to enter the city gate tower in advance. In the controlled capital, the main roads at 4 a.m. seemed to be empty. However, in places where no one knew and no one could see, there were elite special forces hidden. It was autumn in October. Capital was already cold. Yi Qian got out of the bulletproof car and quickly blocked the Director General's blind spot to get out of the car. Someone's gaze fell on her. It was cold and hard, like a cold blade brushing against her scalp. It was the gaze of a sniper hidden nearby. It was very tangible. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yi." The Director General was very polite. Facing a female soldier who was only 4 years older than his granddaughter, the Director General was as kind as an ordinary grandfather. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. "You're welcome. This is my duty. Please come this way and sit in the lounge for a while." "How can I sit still? My heart is surging with emotions. I'm looking forward to the celebration." In the wee hours of the morning, the temperature in Beijing was lower than during the day. When they got out of the car, they could feel the cold wind caressing their faces. The secretary walked at a leisurely pace with the composure of a leader. He chatted with Yi Qian in a relaxed manner. "It has been 15 years since the last military parade. Our country has experienced so many ups and downs in order to achieve the prosperity it has today. In the future, our country will become even stronger and stronger." Yi Qian, who was closest to the Director General, lowered her head and listened attentively. When the Director General asked her a question, she would immediately answer. She was highly focused and made sure that she could hear every word the Director General asked. Time ticked by, and the morning sun arrived as scheduled. It was clear and bright, like a mirror. On the straight main road, the 17 teams that were being inspected were already prepared. They stood facing the rising sun, waiting for the moment of inspection to arrive. 21 equipment squads were also waiting. There were main battle tanks, tracked infantry fighting vehicles, anti-tank missiles, surface-to-air missiles, aviation missiles, and other high-tech weapons and equipment that were designed and produced by themselves. The air echelon had already taken off and would appear in the sky above the heart of the motherland on time to accept the inspection of tens of thousands of people. This was a grand ceremony that represented the strength of the country and the prosperity of the nation. It was a report from the soldiers of our country to the motherland and the people. It was a celebration of not forgetting history and not forgetting our martyrs, to carry on the past and open up the future. All snipers are in position. The city gate tower is ready. The city gate tower is ready. Prepare to enter. Prepare to enter. A cold, metallic voice sounded in Yi Qian's earpiece. She followed the Director General up the city gate tower and walked to the top of the city gate tower amidst the welcoming music. Chapter 1446. At the bottom left corner of the tower, there were people gathered. There were representatives of enterprises, companies, the country, overseas Chinese, and so on. They were all national outstanding representatives who had gone through strict checks and confirmed that they were not carrying any dangerous items. On the other side were ordinary citizens. They were also going to watch the celebration with the country's top leaders. Sun Yao was fat. Squeezing into the crowd made him feel a little out of breath. Listening to the welcoming music, he whispered to Yi Zhixiang, "Damn, I really made it in. Our people are too awesome. They even managed to get me in here. Tell me, is there anything I can't do in the future? It's a celebration." "Ha ha ha. Sun Yaozu, can't believe I'm here." He used to be a fugitive who couldn't tell people his real name. Now, haha, this feels great. In a flash, he had become a good citizen. He could even watch the celebration. Yi Zhixiang was taking a video of herself with a DV camera. She raised her chin proudly and said to her husband, "This is nothing. Our lives will only get better and better." Back then, the fortune teller who matched our horoscopes said that I'm a blessing to my husband. I'm a blessing to you. That's right, that's right. You're a blessing to your husband. Sun Yaozu felt the same way. Ever since Yi Zhixiang married him, with old Madame Ye's help, they received a sum of money to invest. After 10 years, their family business expanded. They were so prosperous that they had nowhere to spend their money. Yi Zhixiang took the DV camera and pointed it at the tower. Her bright red lips moved up and down as she said, "You're secretly happy. In the future, our family will have mountains of gold and silver. We won't be able to spend them all even after several lifetimes." She didn't say the word money. Yi Zhixiang stared at the small square screen of the DV camera with an expression of disbelief. She nudged her husband. "Yaozu, look at the tower. Why do I see Yi Qian, that damn girl?" Sun Yaozu was stunned. What? He thought he heard wrong. Let me see again." Yi Zhixiang also thought she saw wrong. She tiptoed and looked up the tower again. She didn't see Yi Qian. Did I see wrong? Did I mistake her for Yi Qian? Of course she saw wrong. Was there need to say more? Sun Yaozu glared at his wife. Just focus on filming and cut the crap. How could she make it to the top of the city gate tower with that lousy appearance of hers? You should take your brain with you. But he didn't feel like he was seeing things. The bewildered Yi Zhixiang looked over again, but she didn't see anything. What they didn't know was that in a police station in a certain county, a retired policeman was staring at the TV screen with his eyes wide open. His focus was on the face of a young woman in formal clothes. Yi Qian. This was the Yi Qian that he had attended during his military training 2 years ago. Yi Qian, who had a 100% accuracy rate and stood in a military posture that was more like a soldier than a soldier. She actually accompanied the country's leaders to appear at the grand celebration and even watched the military parade with many of the leaders. The police officer didn't say anything. He just watched silently and was happy. Back then, he had said that the girl, Yi Qian, would definitely have a bright future. Look, he was right. She had actually come this far. Impressive. Too impressive. The police officer wasn't the only one who saw it. And Justin also saw it. She, who was watching TV at home, screamed, Yi Qian, I see Yi Qian." Chapter 1447. After screaming, she immediately covered her mouth and looked around the house. Luckily, she was at home and no one heard her scream. There was no news about Yi Qian attending the celebration. Could it be a secret? She was a military school student now. Inexplicably, and Justin felt a little nervous. Of course, she felt even more proud. Yi Qian's figure was only caught by one set of cameras and disappeared in less than 3 seconds. It was not because the camera moved away, but because she felt the camera was looking at her and reacted quickly to avoid showing her face. She reacted quickly But those who were really familiar with her and were watching the television carefully still noticed her. Uncle Chun, who was in the army, secretly wiped the corners of his eyes. Old uncle, you left one step too early. Little Yi is going to be successful. She's going to be successful. They all accompanied the leader to the tower to watch the celebration. He left early and didn't see this scene. No. He had to go to the provincial capital and tell his old uncle. Old Chun, why are you crying? Little Yi is going to be successful. You should be happy. Lu Tuan and political commissar Yin were watching with him. As people who were most familiar with Yi Qian, 3 seconds was enough for them to see Yi Qian. Lu Tuan laughed and said, I think you're crying from happiness. Of course I'm crying from happiness. Little Yi is going to be successful. We're all happy. Political commissar Yin also laughed and patted Headmaster Chen's shoulder. That's right. You should also relax. In the future, little Ye's path will only be wider and wider. She will have great prospects. Principal Chen wiped the corners of his eyes again and smiled. I'm happy. It's a pity that old uncle didn't see it. Next time you go to the provincial capital, bring me along. I'll tell old uncle and let him be happy in the afterlife. The celebration was still going on. Yi Qian, who was avoiding the camera, pursed his lips a little. It was a live broadcast. Even if it was only 3 seconds, it would still appear on the television. He did not know if there would be any trouble. Luckily, it was only for 3 seconds. Even Yi Jifan and Yi Ying did not notice it. They did not expect Yi Qian to appear on the city gate tower with the leader. A fighter jet flew past in the sky, its rumbling sound carrying a supreme deterrence, intimidating everyone in all directions. Even the people who were watching couldn't remain calm and raise their heads to watch. Yi Qian did not raise her head. Even though she knew that the security was so tight that even a mosquito would not be able to escape, she still followed her duties and paid attention to the surroundings to ensure the safety of the bureau chief. The dove of peace spread its wings and flew past the city gate tower. It flew into the sky, signifying that the celebration was about to come to an end. Yi Qian pressed down on his earpiece. After listening to the voice on the other end, he approached the Director General. Director General, we've captured 4 major criminals. All right, tell them to keep a close eye on him. The Director General maintained a smile on his face. He was not affected by the good news at all. Xiao Yi, tell them that the net has been set. Don't be in a hurry to retract it. I'm such a big bait. It's not a big deal to catch the 4 main criminals. We should catch them all in one go. Yi Qian nodded and relayed the Director General's words. All of the leaders walked down the city gate tower one by one. All of the leaders who were participating in the celebration began to leave in an orderly manner. It was a dark mass below the city gate tower. The armed police officers who were maintaining order began to organize them to leave. Yi Qian's work had just begun. In the crowd, Yi Zhixiang, who was waiting in line to leave, quickly rewound her camera. When a blurry face flashed across the screen, she held her breath and panicked. She pressed the rewind button and slow motion button. Her hands began to tremble. The blood drained from her face in a second. She did not see wrongly. Chapter 1448. I'm not seeing things. The person standing on the city gate tower is her. It's Yi Qian. It's really her. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that her limbs were trembling. She stared at the frozen figure, unaware that the audience in front of her had already walked a few meters away. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Sun Yaozu, who was walking behind her, didn't know what had happened. His wife hadn't left yet. He impatiently urged her. Why are you still standing there? The audience behind them also urged her. The lady in front, can you please leave first? Yi Zhixiang didn't know how she walked out. When she woke up, she was already standing on the side of the street. She looked up blankly at her husband, then looked around. Finally, her gaze fell on the city gate tower. It's her. It's really her. I'm not seeing things. Yaozu, I'm not seeing things. She was so scared that her voice couldn't be heard clearly. It was so light that she didn't have any confidence. Sun Yaozu, who was fat, was sweating all over. He was about to take off his sunglasses to wipe the sweat off his forehead with a tissue. He did not notice his wife's strange behavior. He took off his sunglasses and used a tissue to cover his blind eye. He casually replied, "What do you mean I didn't see wrong?" "Yi Qian. I just said that I saw Yi Qian." Yi Zhixiang, who had been looking at the city gate tower, blinked lightly and said in a dry voice, "I saw Yi Qian standing on the city gate tower. I'm not seeing things. She's really standing on the city gate tower. She's standing with the country's leader." Sun Yaozu didn't believe her. The muscles on his face trembled. He scolded Yi Zhixiang, "Are you crazy? See for yourself." Yi Zhixiang handed him the camcorder they had brought back from their overseas trip. "Look carefully. See if it's her." Sun Yaozu, who had snatched the camcorder, took a look and fell silent. Then the muscles on his face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression, "Damn it. It's really her. It's really that bastard." Yi Qian, whom Sun Yaozu wished he could end with his own hands, was sitting in the car. She was sitting in the car that was used to pick up the Director General, and her gaze was cold as she looked straight ahead. On the side of the road, two men stuck their heads out to take a look. They took out their phones and dialed a group of numbers. "Committee member, the car just passed by. We can't see clearly how many people are inside. No matter how many people there are, we're going to do it. Ha ha, we're going to succeed. We'll all become celebrities and heroes in the country." Someone replied with a loud laugh, full of ferocity. At noon, all the streets were once again open to traffic. Yi Qian's bulletproof car entered the ring road and began to drive towards the suburbs of Beijing. "There are two cars following behind us. Speed up." From the rearview mirror in the center of the car, Yi Qian saw that there were two heavy trucks following closely behind, trying to attack from both sides. "Drive towards Tongzhou." The driver was the soldier who had trained with Yi Qian. He took a look from the rearview mirror, and his chiseled face turned cold. "They want to run us over." "Yes, that's why we're going in the direction of Tongzhou. The highway there is newly repaired, so there are fewer cars." Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was calm, and even a little excited. "Let's start with a round of Fast and Furious." "Fast and Furious?" The soldier couldn't help but laugh. He held the steering wheel with one hand and gave Yi Qian an OK sign with his right hand. He began to deliberately tail the two heavy trucks behind them. Chapter 1449. The car soldiers sent to Zongnanhai were exceptionally good at driving. Moreover, the bulletproof car had excellent performance. As long as they stepped on the accelerator, the car would instantly speed up and leave the two heavy vehicles behind in the blink of an eye. However, the car soldiers did not do that. They needed to lead them to Tongzhou. They maintained a moderate speed so that the heavy vehicles would not be too far away, but not too close either. Just like when a big fish had taken a bait, the person who hooked it did not need to be too anxious. He just needed to stabilize the fishing rod. Xia Jinyuan and the rest were not done yet. They needed to wait for all the leaders to leave safely before they could put away their guns. The Hunting Eagle team has already captured 4 criminals. The director's intention is very clear. 4 criminals are not enough. He wants to catch all of them in one go. K7's calm voice came from the anti-noise headset. The director will be leaving for Tongzhou in 2 cars, one in front and one behind. Pigeon and T6 will cover him. Yi Qian will drive ahead. Xia Jinyuan, who was putting away his gun, did not stop moving. He said calmly, "How do you know so much? Are you involved?" "Yes, I'm heading to Guilin now. The so-called big committee of this organization is in Guilin. 10 minutes ago, the latest news came from the local area. 4 police officers went into the mountains to investigate and lost contact. There are rumors that the 4 of them are most likely dead. The big committee has ordered the military to send people into the mountains with the local authorities. The Hunting Eagle team will be in charge of clearing the outer area. We will be in charge of clearing the inner area. The car will arrive at your location in 3 minutes. See you in 3 minutes." After that, K7 ended the call. He turned around and saluted the Major General. "Major General, the mission has been issued. We are on standby and ready to depart. The enemy's firepower is unknown. They have foreign support and local people covering for them. The General Assembly Hall and the military have made it clear that the local people are not to be harmed. They will carry out the assassination directly." The Major General, who had just finished attending the celebration, did not return to the military base. He ordered from the city tower, "The Snowfield Brigade will send a total of 6 soldiers to Gillen. 6 soldiers will go overseas to join the foreign operation and cut off the connection between the foreign and domestic cults." The domestic operation was carried out by Yi Qian, Pigeon, K7, T6, Q King, and by he. J5, who had just received the mission, immediately set off from the base with 5 of his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade. They were going to cooperate with the foreign military to maintain the peace between the two countries. Xiao Yuan guarded a spot by himself. He put away his guns neatly and stuffed them into an inconspicuous travel bag. Dressed like a mountain climber, he left with steady steps. He did not ask about Yi Qian's current situation. The Director General had gone to Tongzhou in order to lure out the cultists who were hiding even deeper. In order to protect the Director General's safety, Yi Qian would definitely charge at the front and draw all the attention to her. Pursing his thin lips slightly, he pressed the button for the first floor of the elevator. His eyes were calm as he watched the elevator door slowly close. Until his line of sight was cut off, his gaze remained on the steel elevator door. Downstairs, he was calculating the time. There were 7 seconds left before the 3 minutes were up. The 2 team leaders, Q King, were ready to appear in front of him. He was a major, fluent in 6 languages, an electronic explosives expert, and a commando during missions. He, who was 182 meters tall, had a gentle face and was dressed elegantly. His tie was meticulously tied, and there was even a steel mechanical watch on his wrist. His temperament was similar to that of AJ5. There was a habitual, gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, like a mathematics professor in a university, full of the temptation of abstinence. Chapter 1450. This is the first time we're working with Yi Qian. Are there any taboos we can talk about in the car? He jumped into the car first. Then he asked the captain, "I've been looking forward to this mission for a long time. I'm a little nervous." He dove. Their Chinese code names were all responsible for assassination and battlefield support. Yi Qian's missions with the Snowfield Brigade were all frontline fighters. Therefore, Dove was the only one who had met Yi Qian in this group of 12 Snowfield Brigade members. She fell in love with him at first sight. She would mention Yi Qian from time to time when she returned. She had even become Yi Qian's subordinate. Xiao Yuan got into the car and closed his eyes to rest. When he heard he said calmly, "She's very good. She won't be a burden to anyone. Her sniping is accurate. She's agile. She has good judgment, and she's full of adventurous spirit. Working with her will be a feast for the eyes." It was not an exaggerated compliment. It was the truth. "I'm looking forward to it." The white crane smiled faintly as it looked forward with its beastly black eyes. The smile at the corner of its mouth gradually disappeared as the car started moving. They needed to pick up K7. They also needed to wait for K7 to come over to discuss the specific plan of action. Xiao Yuan did not get enough sleep last night. In order not to delay the upcoming mission, he made use of the time to catch up on sleep. The 2 of them did not talk much. They gathered their energy together so that they could be in a better state to take on the important mission. Yi Qian did not know that Xiao Yuan had joined a mission. At this moment, she was talking to Dove and T6. "We're 500 meters away from the highway entrance in the direction of Tongzhou. We'll seize the opportunity to create an accident. You guys protect the director and quickly overtake them." The director's car was still behind and did not overtake Yi Qian's car. The director's car would only overtake them in the few minutes before the accident. In the car, Dove said softly, "Okay, we'll seize the opportunity. Be careful on your side. We'll have to wait for you to come over for the next mission." It was not an easy task to create a car accident that did not involve oneself. The danger factor was no less than that of a gunfight. "Don't worry. I'm looking forward to working with you again." Hearing Pigeon's concern, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a faint smile. It was light, joyful, and without the slightest hint of fear. This kind of Yi Qian was definitely a real Special Forces soldier. In the face of imminent danger, she kept calm and did not allow herself to panic. Influenced by her, the soldiers driving the car were very calm. With both hands on the steering wheel, they slightly accelerated and entered the entrance of the Tongzhou Expressway. The people in the two heavy-duty vehicles did not realize that Yi Qian's vehicle was intentionally trailing them. They were quite happy to communicate with their own people. We're already on the Tongzhou Expressway. When we reach the entrance of the Guilin Expressway, it will be midnight. We can make our move then. Their cars were equipped with walkie-talkies for easy communication. Sitting in the passenger seat, a middle-aged man in sloppy clothes kept chewing betel nut. After listening to the driver's conversation, a trace of panic flashed across his face. Someone on the other side of the walkie-talkie laughed maniacally. The car is insured. Just hit it. If we succeed, we will have money in our hands, and the committee members will think more highly of us. When the time comes, our whole families will become ministers. Ministers close to the emperor. The young man sitting next to him added, "Uncle, you can also take the money back and marry a wife to warm your bed." The two drivers chatted happily. It seemed that as long as they succeeded in this accident, the future would be beautiful. There would be no more worries, and they could do whatever they wanted in the future. Chapter 1451. As they chatted, everyone in the two vehicles, including the middle-aged man who was initially a little afraid, became more and more excited. He kept rubbing the corners of his clothes and chewing on the betel nut in his mouth. Yi Qian and the others kept in contact and did not give them a chance to make a move in the middle of the night. When they entered a tunnel that was about 3,000 meters long, Pigeon's voice came from the headset and reminded Yi Qian in the vehicle ahead. "It's about time. There are no cars passing by here for the time being." It would take 3 hours to get on the highway. Even though it was National Day, there was still very little traffic. In 1999, there were still very few private cars in China, and there might not even be a car several kilometers apart on a not-so-popular highway. The Tongzhou Highway was such a not-so-popular highway. The tunnel was dark, and 3,000 meters was enough for Yi Qian and the others to make a move. After Pigeon finished speaking, she asked again, "Are you driving now? Or is someone from Zongnanhai driving?" It would be best to let someone from Zongnanhai drive. She was just afraid that Yi Qian would choose to drive, because he was afraid of hurting his men. "Zongnanhai's brother is driving. I trained with him before." Yi Qian thought Pigeon was worried about the driver's skills, but he did not expect Pigeon to be so worried about her that she did not want her to drive. After all, Xia Jinyuan had said that Yi Qian had the best automobile company in Southern Province and had trained with the soldiers who were sent to Zongnanhai as automobile soldiers. Hearing Yi Qian's words, he was relieved and said to the Director General, "Don't worry, Yi Qian and the others will be fine. The people in the car will also be fine. The traffic police are already on standby. After the accident, the ambulance and traffic police will immediately rush to the scene to deal with it. You guys are too cautious. What's there to protect an old man like me? I'll have to report this to the General Assembly later. I'm not very satisfied with this arrangement." Ever since Yi Qian suddenly left in the bulletproof car he used to go to the City Gate Tower, the Director General's expression had not been good. Although she was a soldier, she was still young. He would rather have something happen to himself than the young lady. Pigeon and the T6 combatants could not respond to these words. They were just following orders and could not possibly question the General Assembly's arrangements. Protecting the leader's safety was also the duty of a soldier. The two heavy trucks drove into the tunnel at a speed of more than 90 kilometers per hour. The T6 driver slowed down and pulled away. At the same time, he shot a look at the pigeons through the rearview mirror. They were going to overtake them the moment the accident happened. The car accident had to happen. This would serve as a warning to the cult, breaking through their psychological defenses and causing them to panic. This would achieve the goal of making them afraid. Besides, didn't the other party also want a car accident? Since they had specially sent out 2 heavy trucks, then let's have a car accident as they wished. It was better to have a car accident in the tunnel than outside. At least, with the 2 sides of the tunnel blocking, the car would not rush out of the highway or into the opposite lane. Moreover, when entering the tunnel, they would be limited by the light, so they would habitually slow down. This was equivalent to reducing the risk factor. The pistol was already loaded. Yi Qian gestured to the motorist and rolled down the window. He pressed down on his headset with one hand and counted in a low voice 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 10, a silver-gray sedan suddenly appeared. It actually sped past the two heavy trucks and swerved to the side. Chapter 1452. The second the car sped out of the tunnel, Yiqian used the rearview mirror to extend the black barrel of his gun outside. After calculating the resistance caused by the car's speed, he silently fired the bullet from the gun. The entire process of shooting, retracting the gun, and then closing the car window again took about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough for the T6 to drive the silver-gray sedan to the front. 10 seconds was enough for a car accident to happen. The sharp screeching of brakes rang out in the tunnel. It was so urgent that it scraped against one's eardrums painfully. Immediately after, there was a loud bang as the car hit the ground. The front wheel, which had been pierced by the bullet, lost its balance. The entire car swayed and leaned to one side of the tunnel, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The people in the car were scared out of their wits. They had all come here with their dreams in mind and did not want anything to happen to them. If something happened to them, they would have no money, no future, and nothing. Step on the accelerator and get out of here. Quick, get out of here. The young man's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted loudly. He did not want anything to happen to him. He was a trusted aide of the committee member, and the committee member had already said that he would get this done. He had money, a lot of money. The driver was already panicking, and he became even more flustered after being yelled at. He did step on the accelerator, but it was too late. As a result, the front of the car collided with the front of the car next to it, causing it to tilt uncontrollably. Bam! An even louder crash rang out. The two cars dragged each other for at least 50 meters before coming to a stop. In the car, the middle-aged man, who was originally scared, was twitching. The lower half of his body was drenched in sweat. He was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. The traffic police and the ambulance entered the highway from another entrance. They sounded the siren and sped towards the site of the accident. Yiqian and the others even brushed past the ambulance and police car. One was leaving the scene of the accident, while the other was driving towards it. I'll drive when we reach the next toll booth. Thank you for your hard work. Yiqian unloaded the gun's magazine and said to the driver, "We'll be proceeding with the next part of the journey. You'll need to report back to Zongnanhai." The driver nodded. All right, we're still 24 kilometers away from the next exit. No one mentioned the car accident. This was a mission, and a very small one. There was no need to discuss it. Pigeon's pleasant voice came through the earpiece again. Yiqian's ears itched. His voice was pleasant to listen to, but now that it was so gentle, it really did have a hint of gentleness to it. Yiqian couldn't help but restrain his expression. Well done, Yiqian. You used a total of 9 seconds. Beautiful. Pigeon said this purely to praise Yiqian. Of course, the Director General also said, "The Director General said that you are very brave and capable." It was a very outstanding shooting from the car. The first shot did not give him a second chance to shoot. Relatively speaking, he also did not put himself in danger a second time. Accurate shooting had to be done on the first shot. If there was a need to fire a second time, not only would the enemy be more vigilant, but it would also give the enemy enough time to counterattack. Therefore, when the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade executed accurate shooting, they would only give themselves a chance to fire one bullet. Yiqian pursed his lips and smiled. Luckily, they weren't driving too fast. It didn't affect the bullet too much. It wasn't outstanding. It's not good to be so modest at such a young age. The Director General has something to say to you. Yiqian heard the first half of Pigeon's sentence. Immediately after, the Director General's voice came through. It was still so amiable. When Yiqian heard this, even the coldness in his eyes softened. Chapter 1453. The higher the position and position of an official, the more approachable he would be. His speech would have the dignity of a superior, but he would also have an amiable side. When it was time to be strict, he would be strict, but in private, he would be amiable. This would show the boldness and breadth of mind of a superior. The high-ranking officials Yiqian came into contact with were the great leader, Commander-in-Chief Xia, Major General of the Army, Rear Admiral of the Navy, and Director General of the Navy. Every one of them held a high position, Every one of them was awe-inspiring, and every one of them was approachable. However, they wouldn't let themselves down just because they were approachable. They would only respect, fear, and look up to them even more. This was a true leader. In comparison, Yi Jifan was much weaker. He was just a provincial official, but he was displaying his authority everywhere. He spoke in an official tone as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was an official and had authority. In the face of the director's concern, Yi Jian felt warm in her heart after hanging up the phone. She respected the director even more. This was how a person of high status should be. It was precisely because Yi Qian had come into contact with so many high-ranking officials in her early days that it had a great impact on her growth in the future. She was domineering in the way she handled matters, yet she did not lose her friendliness. Later on, the officers under her all respected her greatly. At 5 p.m., the sky in the north was darkening. Yi Qian and Pigeon received a message from the military at the same time, informing them that the tunnel accident had been dealt with. The 4 criminals had all been sent to the hospital. Their injuries were not light, but they were not serious enough to lose their lives. Yi Qian wasn't worried about the criminals' injuries. He only said lightly, "Lucky? That's good too. Let them stay, and let the police see if they can pry any useful clues out of them." Although the criminals were fellow countrymen, they were already standing in opposition to the country. They went against justice, broke the law, and harmed the people and police. To Yi Qian, they were enemies. They were enemies from their own country, their own countrymen. If it wasn't for the fact that the Director General was in the car, Pigeon would have laughed out loud. Yi Qian, what a wonderful person. When the Pakistani side was carrying out a mission, they saw that the children in distress were not afraid of their own danger. They bravely charged into the wolf's den and protected more than 20 Pakistani children by themselves. When he was ruthless, he was very ruthless. He had an exquisite heart that could distinguish between right and wrong. When facing the enemy, regardless of whether the enemy was old or young, he was very clear about the principle of being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. He did not hesitate to attack and did not regret it in the slightest. A girl like her was flexible, courageous, and intelligent. Q King had found a treasure when he found her. She dared to say that if the two of them fell out in the future, Yi Qian would definitely have many suitors swarming over. They would even secretly congratulate Q King for finally being dumped and Yi Qian being single again. We will be able to pry some clues out of him. There's a young man who is from the same place as the so-called committee member. He is considered a trusted aide. We will be able to pry a lot of useful clues out of him. Pigeon whispered to Yi Qian before hanging up. At this time, Yi Qian was already driving for himself. The soldiers from Zongnanhai had left from another exit an hour ago. Yi Qian drove alone behind Pigeon and the others, continuing to act as a target. Chapter 1454. The next exit led to Tongzhou. In order to take down the entire organization, the director didn't even care about his own safety and directly announced that he would be going to Tongzhou. Tongzhou was in danger now. Since Yi Qian knew, Xia Jinyuan naturally knew as well. Since they set off late, they bypassed the highway where the accident happened and entered Tongzhou from another entrance. Together with Bai He and K7, they waited at a rest area beside the highway exit for the director's car to arrive. Bai He, who was wearing a suit and tie, exuded a cold and aloof aura. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at Yi Qian to see if they were coming. When K7 saw this, his gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan. Her real boyfriend is here. Doesn't she know how to remind her comrade not to be so impatient? Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Yi Qian in a long time. Last time, when he was captured and almost couldn't make it back, Yi Qian actually snuck into the ST mercenary group to save him and avoided all eyes and ears to contact him. It was undeniable that when he heard that familiar voice, he was so excited that his heart raced nonstop. The second he saw Yi Qian, it was as if he had seen an angel. Yep, an angel with a holy aura. Sitting in the same row as Bai He, he lowered his head and flicked the non-existent dust off his body. Then he adjusted his tie. There shouldn't be anything inappropriate about his attire. He originally wanted to remind Xia Jinyuan, but now, he was also looking forward to Yi Qian's arrival. Xia Jinyuan noticed the subtle movements of the two soldiers behind him. They were only happy to see Yi Qian because Yi Qian was their comrade. Other than that, they didn't have any other thoughts. There was no need to remind him. He believed that his comrade wouldn't cross the line. Even if he did, he wouldn't express it. He would handle it on his own and wouldn't affect their comradeship. He wouldn't let things develop in a bad direction. It was 5:11 p.m. The three people in the car looked up at the exit of the highway almost at the same time. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Almost there." It wasn't a random guess. Instead, he learned from the Zongnanhai soldiers who were traveling with Yi Qian when he got off the car. Based on the speed of the car and the distance of the entire journey, he could roughly estimate when Yi Qian would arrive at the Tongzhou Highway exit. 2 minutes later, T6 drove out of the special passageway, followed closely by Yi Qian's bulletproof Hongqi sedan. The two cars appeared one after the other in front of Xia Jinyuan and the others. Pigeon and the others did not know that their comrades were waiting in front of them. They came out of the exit and headed straight to the city center. The car drove away without any signs of stopping. Xia Jinyuan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the car window. He said to K7, who was in charge of driving, "The military didn't inform them. They don't know that we're here. Follow the director's car." They didn't say that they were going to follow Yi Qian's car. They needed to escort the director to the hotel first. "I'll take a taxi and follow Yi Qian alone," Bai He suggested. K7 started the car and looked at Xia Jinyuan. He said calmly, "I agree." Everyone knew that the director wasn't the one who was in danger, but Yi Qian. Bai He was afraid that his captain would disagree. So he added, "The car accident has angered them. They're all eyeing the director's car. Right now, only Yi Qian and Q King are in the car. Since we have enough manpower to support our comrades, I can definitely go and support Yi Qian." Chapter 1455. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't urge his comrade to drive, chuckled. His chuckle was low, gentle, and full of ridicule. His deep black eyes looked at K7, who was so cold that he seemed to have no desire for anything, and then at Bai He, who seemed gentle but was actually ruthless. He said slowly, "Yi Qian, she's not weak. It's not a matter of whether she's weak or not. What I mean is, since the situation allows, why didn't you send reinforcements in advance?" Bai He frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand Xia Jinyuan's actions. K7, who favored Yi Qian in his heart, was even more reticent than G3. He still liked to read forensic science books, so he answered on behalf of Xia Jinyuan calmly. "Yi Qian's goal is Q King. She also wants to join the Snowfield Brigade. She wants to join immediately after graduation." Without further explanation, Bai He instantly understood why Q King didn't arrange for him to support Yi Qian. "I see. Then there's no need for reinforcements. Joining the Snowfield Brigade immediately after graduation? Before that, he really needed to train hard. And going on a solo mission was far more dangerous than going on a solo mission. Now that he was in China, he could contact them immediately if anything happened. But if he went on a solo mission overseas, there would be no reinforcements. He could only rely on himself to advance and retreat. If he wanted to return safely, he had to put in some hard work. After knowing Yi Qian's goal, Bai He didn't mention about supporting Yi Qian again. The ones that appeared now were just small fries for Yi Qian to deal with. After he thought it through, Xia Jinyuan smiled as the car started. "We can't not help, but we don't need reinforcements for now. Later, the three of us still have to meet up with Yi Qian." Hearing this, Bai He's smile deepened. "I'm looking forward to it." This was getting more interesting. From Q King's words, he only planned to support them silently. He didn't plan to let Yi Qian know that there was reinforcements. How ruthless! However, for the sake of his girlfriend's safety in the future, Q King did put in a lot of effort to nurture her. As a comrade, he would definitely cooperate and not be a burden to his comrade. K7, who knew which hotel the Director General would be resting at, quickly caught up with Pigeon. When the two cars were traveling side by side, he honked to remind him. Pigeon, who was in charge of observing the car, looked outside and saw Q King waving at him. "Q King's here." "Q King, Pigeon," he said softly so he wouldn't disturb the director general who was in the car with his secretary. T6 took a quick glance at the car as it made a turn. When he saw Xia Jinyuan, there was a flash of envy in his eyes. How great would that be? He would be able to carry out missions with his girlfriend and deepen their relationship. Even though Jia Xian was tempted to join the army because of what he said, but if she joined the Shuiyu Brigade, it seemed like he was indulging in fantasy. Now that T6 was getting more and more interested in Jiasin, he was trying his best to make her stand out. At the same time, he did not forget to show off his military charisma. This made Jiasin, who was already influenced by Yi Qian, even more eager to join him. T6 felt that there was a need to make his presence known again so that he could coax the girl he liked to join the army. Then he would think of a way to get her closer to him. He didn't ask to fight side by side like Q King and Yi Qian, but only to see her during exercises. The two cars drove along the street and headed to the hotel where the Director General was staying. Chapter 1456. The Director General had 2 hotels in Tongzhou. The other one was used as bait, and Yi Qian was heading to that hotel. The sky gradually darkened until it was completely night. Neon lights were lit up, adding charm to the dark night. The colorful streamers illuminated the streets, adding a sense of mystery to the pedestrians that didn't exist during the day. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a hotel in Tongzhou welcomed an important guest. The manager of the hotel respectfully led the important guest to the elevator. He lowered his head slightly to show his respect for the guest. "This way, please. Be careful. The floor is a little slippery." The Director General walked quickly with a serious expression. After entering the elevator, he immediately said to the soldiers beside him, "The 3 of you, go and support Yi Qian as soon as possible. I don't want to hear any news that is disadvantageous to her." The criminals were all staring at the Tongzhou hotel where Yi Qian was staying. He was very surprised by the military's arrangements, but he had no right to question the military's arrangements. He could only urge Yi Qian's comrades to hurry over. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to block the elevator door. After the Director General entered, he smiled and said, "We will go and support her immediately. Don't worry, there won't be any bad news. Also, we believe in our comrades. We won't put ourselves in danger. I believe in you too. This mission is different from before. You all need to be more vigilant and protect yourselves. The troops are still waiting for you to make contributions. Your comrades are also waiting for you to return." The Director General did not know that the special forces that were sent this time were super elite special forces. The concern in his words warmed the hearts of every soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. Fighting for the country, fighting for their beliefs, and fighting for the leaders who contributed to the country was an unshirkable responsibility of every soldier. It was also a sacred responsibility. In Tongzhou International Hotel, someone in a room on the 5th floor took out his binoculars from time to time and carefully looked at the entrance of the hotel. When he did not find the target, he put down his binoculars angrily and paced back and forth in the room. "Not here yet. Not here yet." Did something go wrong? He was a little restless. He walked and stopped at times. In the hotel lobby, someone was reading a newspaper. Occasionally, he would look up at the entrance of the hotel, then look down at the newspaper in his hand with a gloomy expression. When Yi Qian came in alone, she started scanning the front of the hall. By the time she reached the front desk, she had already finished scanning the entire hall. The check-in information had already been registered, so all they had to do was take the room card and check in. When they passed by the sofa in the hotel lobby, Yi Qian nodded slightly and looked in the direction of the sofa. Yi Qian had a square face, a beard, thick eyebrows, and a scar at the peak of his eyebrows. He wore a navy blue jacket, light blue jeans, and a black and white ball target. He looked to be 174 meters tall and had a rather muscular build. Yi Qian only needed to take a glance at him from the corner of his eye to remember his appearance and what he was wearing. Yi Qian could not help but slow down when she saw the man taking something out of his jacket. Then, the square-faced man took out a phone with a flashing screen and answered the call. "I didn't find anything. Could it be that there's a traffic jam? You wait upstairs first. I'll keep watch downstairs. No matter when they come over, it's fine as long as they come out at night." Let's get this done as soon as possible and satisfy the committee member. When the words committee member drifted into Yi Qian's ears, Yi Qian's eyes immediately darkened. The leader of the cult was the committee member. He came from a mountain village, did not study, and relied on his mouth to recruit followers. Chapter 1457. Yi Qian lowered her head slightly as she walked into the hotel room. Her eyes darkened slightly. The man in the lobby needed to be dealt with. His accomplice in the hotel also needed to be dealt with. Then, how many criminals were staying in this hotel? What happened next? Since they wanted to clean up Tongzhou, the Tongzhou police should have made preparations. The director was the bait, so the police couldn't have done nothing. So what was she going to do next? Yi Jian, who was sitting by the bed, frowned slightly. The major general had told her that one of her main tasks was to ensure the safety of the director during the grand ceremony, as well as the safety of the director for the next 2 days. Then the problem was she was not by the director's side now. The second mission was to enter a mountain village in Guilin and find the policemen who had been brutally dismembered by the criminals. The major general had said that this was her follow-up mission. Since she wasn't protecting the director and hadn't received any orders to go to a mountain village in Guilin, she was going to be left alone in the hotel tonight. She was just going to be a target. Even if she was going to be a target, the criminals had to know about her. But it was obvious that the other party didn't know about her. Otherwise, the square-faced man would have taken a few glances at her when she walked past him. But he didn't. For a moment, Yi Jian couldn't understand the military's arrangement. She couldn't understand, but Xia Jinyuan knew. He had already guessed the military's intentions when Yi Qian drove into Tongzhou alone. They wanted to use this opportunity to train Yi Qian. That was the military's only intention. Furthermore, they had specifically instructed him not to contact Yi Qian in a hurry and not to allow anyone, including the pigeons, to contact Yi Qian. They wanted Yi Qian to be completely isolated and helpless. Thinking about it carefully, Little Fox had never gone on a mission alone before. She had never been isolated and helpless. It was fine for her to know about this mission, but it would make the director, who didn't know the military's intentions, worried. He didn't have any objections to the military's arrangements. Little Fox had set him as her goal. Her goal was to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She even wanted to join as soon as she graduated. The military would only be stricter with her. As Xia Jinyuan was thinking about this, his face turned cold. Even K7, who was in the same car, couldn't help but stare at him. Focus on driving. Xia Jinyuan, who did not look up, reminded her calmly, people are coming and going, and there are even pedestrians who run red lights. If we get into a car accident in a busy city, we will become a laughingstock. The Tongzhou International Hotel was located on the side of the downtown area. It was bustling with people coming and going. When the car entered the downtown street, it could not help but slow down to avoid hitting the pedestrians who suddenly rushed out. He had already seen the flashing neon lights of the Tongzhou International Hotel. He looked left and right at the busy streets and frowned slightly. If the fire is set in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Qian won't give them a chance to commit arson. Xia Jinyuan immediately replied. She won't just sit in the hotel and wait. As long as she finds any clues, she will immediately take action. Besides, the Tongzhou police are secretly ambushing them. The entire Tongzhou International Hotel is under surveillance. No one will give the criminals a chance to set the hotel on fire. Now that they knew the other party's movements, they only needed to catch them in one fell swoop. Naturally, they needed to know the other party's situation at all times. The police of Guilin cooperated with the police of Tongzhou. Tonight, the Tongzhou International Hotel would not be too peaceful. Chapter 1458. Yi Qian, who knew nothing, knew that the hotel wasn't very peaceful tonight. She didn't wait in the room and returned to the lobby with a cup of coffee that was just right. The square-faced man was still there, but he looked increasingly impatient. He would cross his legs from time to time and put them down again. The newspaper in his hand was shaking, and his patience was running out. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes as she walked past. When a man suddenly changed his legs, she walked over without a trace and tripped him. The coffee spilled on the square-faced man's clothes, and she tripped over him. She staggered a few steps forward and fell head first into the sofa. "Do you have eyes?" The square-faced man didn't think he was in the wrong. Instead, he scolded Yi Qian. "Do you know how to walk? You spilled all over me." Yi Qian, who pretended to be unsteady, quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to my feet." "I'm so sorry. Are you scalded? If your clothes are wet, I'll pay for it. Or do you want to change in the bathroom and I'll hand it over to the hotel for dry cleaning?" Sometimes, good-looking people were treated well. The fierce-looking, square-faced man saw the face of the woman who had spilled coffee on him, and his attitude changed for the better. Although he was still angry, at least he didn't scold her anymore. He only said, "Be careful." After that, he stood up and glanced outside the hotel, then walked towards the bathroom. Yi Qian, who had apologized again and again, looked at the back of the square-faced man. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. After confirming that he was walking towards the bathroom, she followed closely behind, the man on the left and the woman on the right. Yi Qian pushed open the bathroom door that was slowly closing and hung the cleaning in progress sign on the door handle of the men's bathroom door. Then she dashed into the men's bathroom. With a click, the bathroom door was locked. The square-faced man, who was taking off his jacket, didn't pay attention to his back. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yi Jian's movements were very fast. Just as the man took off one of his sleeves, she took a step forward and grabbed the sleeve. Before the man could take off the other sleeve, she picked up the sleeve and covered the square-faced man's head with it. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" The square-faced man, whose head was covered, didn't even have time to react. All he felt was a blur in front of his eyes. Then, he couldn't see anything, let alone see who was behind this. His other hand was grabbed by Yi Qian along with his shirt and head. Yi Qian grabbed his sleeve and quickly wrapped it around the man's chin. The square-faced man had no chance to struggle at all. Yi Qian nimbly threw him over his shoulder, and his entire body was restrained by Yi Qian. "Ugh, let go! Let go!" The man's chest was in pain from the fall, and he struggled with all his might. He looked tall and strong, but how could a man without any skills deal with Yi Qian, who was from the Special Forces? After struggling for a while, Yi Qian knocked him out. Against such a person, Yi Qian did not feel any sense of accomplishment. It was too easy. About 3 minutes later, the square-faced man's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. "Fuck, he's still not here at this time. Will there be a problem? Don't tell me he won't come. Why don't you come out and take a look? Don't tell me you've already entered the hotel and I didn't see you. That can't be. You suspect that you saw wrong?" The voice came from the phone. Yi Qian's eyes flickered as he held the phone and said, "I don't know. Anyway, I didn't see him. Come out and get me. Let's discuss if we should call the committee member." The voice belonged to the square-faced man. Chapter 1459. On the other end of the phone, the square-faced man's partner's breathing obviously quickened. When Yi Qian heard this, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that the other party was not only confused because things did not go according to their plan, but also because their emotions were fluctuating. This is a good thing for her. The committee member has high hopes for us. If we don't even know how to light a fire, how are we going to explain it to the committee member? If we don't do a good job, Mr. Charlie definitely won't contact the committee member for us. The man on the other end of the phone was obviously anxious, as if a broken pot was about to break. "Motherfucker, if we really can't do it, we'll just set the place on fire at 1 o'clock in the morning. Who cares if the secretary or bureau chief has checked in? Let's start the fire first." "Set the place on fire at 1 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Charlie, committee member." Yi Qian, who caught the sensitive words, immediately realized that the square-faced man and the man on the other end of the phone were only able to contact the committee member through a man named Charlie. In that case, these people were all small fry. Small fry also had their advantages. They were timid, afraid, and easily frightened. "Let's find Mr. Charlie first." "That's fine too. We'll just set the place on fire anyway." "All right, cut the crap. I'll come up and find you." Yi Qian's voice was the same as the square-faced man's. The square-faced man's voice was mixed with a Guilin accent, and Yi Qian's voice was Guilin accent. In her previous life, Yi Qian had been forced by Yi Ying to wander all over the country without a fixed residence. He had also lived in Guilin for 2 months. At this moment, he had really helped her a lot. Come up first. I'll pick you up at the elevator. On the other end of the phone, the square-faced man's partner was obviously out of ideas. He raised his hand and pulled the curtains open again to look down at the hotel. Seeing that there were no cars driving in, he said, "Come up first, quick." He had to know which elevator he was at first. Yi Qian calmly asked, "All right, which elevator do you see? It'll be more convenient for you to wait for me." "The elevator on the 5th floor. Hurry up." Without the slightest suspicion, the man motioned for his accomplice to come up as soon as possible. It was already so late, but the target still hadn't come up. He didn't know what to do. Then he must be on the 5th floor. Yi Qian muted the man's phone and walked out of the restroom. She walked towards the 5th floor with a calm expression. After a while, she pretended to be nervous and called the man. "You'd better not wait for me at the elevator. I don't know what's going on, but I'm so nervous. Leave the door ajar, and I'll go to your room to find you. Don't hang up. We can contact each other immediately if anything happens." With the same voice as the square-faced man, when Yi Qian went up to the 5th floor, she did not check the rooms on the left to see if there were any openings. Instead, she checked the rooms on the right, facing the main entrance of the hotel. On the other end of the phone, the man also said that he didn't see any cars driving into the hotel. It was obvious that he was looking at the main entrance of the hotel. In addition, the man was timid, afraid of trouble, and impulsive. Other than his own room, she couldn't think of where else he would go. She asked him to leave the door ajar as a test to see if he was in his room. The man didn't refuse. Instead, he happily agreed. After probing for a while, Yi Qian was sure that the man was in his room. Chapter 1460. Yi Jian's search speed was neither slow nor hurried. She strolled along the long corridor that was covered with thick carpets. Step by step, she continued until she saw the door of a room that was about 5 steps away from her. The door was slightly ajar. The other party was also cautious. Although the door was open slightly, the safety chain was still on inside, so he could close the door immediately in case anything happened. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian continued to use the square-faced man's accent to communicate with the other party on the phone, instructing him to remove the safety chain. Although the man on the other end of the phone didn't see his companion, he didn't have any doubts when he heard the familiar voice. He even said, "You're finally here. I'm sweating all over." The voice came from inside the room, then near the door, followed by the sound of the safety chain being removed. Yi Qian, who had been waiting for this moment, flashed out from the side and closed the door. The entire process took about 30 seconds. In the room, a thin and small man about 165 meters tall, about 25 or 26 years old, stared at the uninvited guest with wide eyes. Who are you? What are you doing?" He was knocked down by Yi Qian, who rushed in. Fortunately, the hotel room was carpeted, so he didn't hurt much. As the man spoke, he got up. "What are you doing? You must have walked into the wrong room." Yi Qian, a young girl with delicate eyebrows and neat bangs, was wearing a business suit. No matter how the young man looked at her, she seemed harmless and not dangerous. "Contact Mr. Charlie and tell him the plan." After rushing in, Yi Qian grabbed the silver wire that hadn't been wrapped around her wrist for a long time. She walked past the young man, who was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt because the heater was turned on in the room. "By the way, how are you going to start a fire at 1 in the morning?" Up until now, the young man still hadn't realized that something was wrong. When he saw the girl who came in looking like she knew everything, he was even more confused. In fact, Yi Qian was too calm. It was as if he was visiting an acquaintance for a chat. Apart from using a bit of strength to force his way in, he spoke calmly after entering the room. For a moment, the young man was bewildered. When he heard her mention Mr. Charlie and the fact that she had set a fire at 1 o'clock in the morning, the young man was the first to be shocked. His expression changed as he blurted out, "How did you know?" "I know a lot. We still need to keep an eye on the ground. We can't come up. Keep an eye on this side, too." Yi Qian looked around and confirmed that he was the only one in the room. He didn't have any dangerous weapons on him. He sat down on a round chair by the window of the hotel. His eyes were cold as he looked at the young man sternly. "Set fire. If they come on time, it won't be a problem to set fire to them. But they didn't come. It's best to ask Mr. Charlie first. The young man didn't look like a repeat offender at first glance. Yi Jian's half-truth and half-lies, coupled with the imposing manner of a strategist, made the young man, who was originally baffled, suddenly seem to have found his backbone. He quickly sat on another leisure round chair and looked at Yi Jian up and down. After a while, he said, "Who the hell are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but straighten his body. His eyes were vigilant, and he questioned without much confidence. "Tell me who you are first. I'm someone the committee member arranged to help you at any time. Otherwise, how would I know about your plan? The car accident plan this morning has already failed. So this time, as long as the target appears, we must succeed. We can't afford to fail." Chapter 1461. When Yi Qian told him what had happened during the day, the young man's vigilance dissipated. He sighed deeply. "That's right. They couldn't do it and made things difficult for me and Brother Xiong. Mr. Charlie isn't here. All right, I'll contact Mr. Charlie. If he doesn't come, should we still set the place on fire?" Then he glanced at Yi Qian and asked in confusion, "Why didn't my uncle mention that he would arrange for someone else to come? He only told me that old Dong and the others would come help me. He didn't mention a woman like you." This sentence made Yi Qian feel that something was amiss. It sounded like this young man had some status. Old Dong should be the square-faced man. How many? Where are the rest of them? He had to find them. If he didn't suddenly ask Old Dong to come up, I wouldn't have appeared. Old Dong can only stay in the lobby. How can he leave so easily? As for the others, call them now and tell them to keep an eye on them. Don't be impatient. Yi Qian tried to get information from him again. He didn't need to be careful. He used a reproachful tone to get information from him. If you ask this person to come up and ask that person to come up, what if the person you're waiting for appears? Don't you know the identity of the other party? How to get information from him and how to get the information he wanted as soon as possible. These were all skills that a special forces soldier needed to know. After the young man finished calling his companions, the smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. It was the first time he was fighting alone, and he was facing a powerless enemy. He wondered if he was lucky. Yi Jian was indeed lucky. She met a guy who wanted to earn some credit so that he could go back and ask his uncle to put in a good word for him to make a fortune. 5 minutes later, the young man called the other 4 accomplices. After hanging up the last call, he said proudly, "Keep watch. There won't be any problems." One was guarding the back door, one was watching the parking lot, one was hiding in the hotel's computer room, and the last one was at the door opposite the young man. Yi Qian knew that it was about time for him to take action. All he needed was for the other party to contact Mr. Charlie. The clock pointed to 9 p.m. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, looked at the time and said to K7, "Contact Yi Qian and ask her if she found anything." Yi Qian had planned to keep the young man alive to see if he could find more clues. However, when he heard that his uncle also wanted to meet the committee member, Yi Qian knew that there were no other useful clues. Hearing K7's voice, Yi Qian, who had tied up the young man with a bedsheet, lowered his voice and said, "The criminals plan to set the hotel on fire at 1 a.m. tonight. I've already found several of their accomplices at the hotel, and one of them was not at the hotel." She told them everything she knew so that the 3 people in the car could hear her clearly through the hands-free mode of the phone. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled at Bai He. He had said that his little fox wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. She was already taking action. "Yi Qian, take care of the other 4 criminals." Xia Jinyuan finally spoke. He said slowly with a hint of coldness in his voice, "No one is supporting this operation. Think of a way to take care of it alone." Chapter 1462. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice came through the phone, and Yi Qian was stunned for 3 seconds. It wasn't because of what he said, but because of his arrival. She had been in contact with pigeons all the way from Beijing to Tongzhou. Why was Xia Jinyuan here? Is there a problem? While she was stunned, she heard his cold voice again. This time, it sounded like an order. Yi Qian's expression was tense as she replied, "No problem. I will deal with the remaining criminals as soon as possible. However, Mr. Charlie needs backup. He is too close to the hotel, and if there is any movement, he will immediately run away. She didn't ask why he wanted her to deal with all the criminals in the Tongzhou International Hotel alone. Faced with an order, she chose to obey. K7 glanced at Xianxia. Seeing that his captain nodded in agreement with Yi Qian's request, he said to Yi Qian, "Okay, be careful." Just as he was about to hang up, he seemed to have thought of something. His calm voice became a little darker. A soldier can be a king. Every soldier of the Snowfield Brigade is like that. For a person who is so calm and emotionless to suddenly say something so emotional, let alone Yi Qian, even Xia Jinyuan and Bai He were surprised. No, it should be said that they were surprised. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. After Yi Jian recovered from her shock, she replied with a smile. That's great. That's really great. Even K7 cares about me. Does that mean that all the special forces from the Shuiyu Brigade have accepted me as their comrade? Yi Jian thought. K7 told her that every soldier of the Snowfield Brigade could fight alone. They had the ability to fight 1 against 10. It wasn't that their comrades didn't want to support them, but that they believed in their combat ability. Yi Qian had no problem dealing with a few small fries. He tied up the young man's limbs and dragged him directly to the bathroom. Then, he stuffed a towel into the man's mouth. In order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Qian tied the man to the toilet bowl with a towel. Finally, when he closed the bathroom door, he used the belt of his bathrobe to tie the door lock from the outside. One of the suspects is in the men's washroom in the hotel lobby, the second last seat. The other was in the bathroom of room 5015 on the 5th floor of the hotel. I'll deal with the rest of the suspects now. Yi Qian told K7 the location of the suspect that had been taken care of. The rest of the cleanup work could be left to K7 and the others or the Tongzhou police. With that one word, he ended the call and turned to Xia Jinyuan. The follow-up work will be handled by the Tongzhou police. Will the criminal Mr. Charlie also be handed over to the Tongzhou police? For the police, this was an opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Moreover, the Snowfield Brigade couldn't easily interfere with local affairs. Naturally, they had to ask clearly. Inform the Tongzhou police and tell them the location of the 2 suspects that have been arrested. Don't say anything else for the time being. If they need our help, it won't be too late to take action. Xia Jinyuan was also well-versed in local politics. Although they had a high chance of winning, since the Tongzhou police were already deployed, they would definitely complete the task successfully. Otherwise, how would the local officials answer to the director who personally acted as the bait? As for Mr. Charlie, Xia Jinyuan pondered for a few seconds and said to Bai He, "Contact Pigeon. I need to ask the director." The director hadn't rested. When he received Xia Jinyuan's call, his serious face suddenly smiled. Yi Qian did well. This Charlie is the biggest fish in Tongzhou. Since the Tongzhou police are going to arrest him, you won't have to be involved in local affairs to avoid increasing your workload. Chapter 1463. After all, the soldiers sent from the army were all going to Guilin, not to catch criminals. Xia Jinyuan had no objections to the Director General's arrangement. That was his original intention as well. As a soldier, it was not appropriate for him to get involved in local politics. Even if he was part of the military police, he had to be clear about his position. He should not try to show off his skills in other people's areas. If that happened, not only would he not be rewarded, he would probably be dragged back to the army. The Tongzhou police had already made preparations. The members of the Snowfield Brigade chose to watch from the sidelines and watch Yi Qian take care of the criminals who wanted to set the hotel on fire. It was nighttime in the north, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Yi Qian, who was near the stairs, called one of the criminals who was guarding the hotel's engine room. She had just taken care of the criminals who were guarding the parking lot and the criminals who were guarding the back of the hotel. After taking care of 2 criminals in a row, her back was already sweating. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The faint blue light from her phone illuminated Yi Qian's face, making it seem as if her face was covered with a layer of blue coldness. She had imitated the young man's voice to perfection, and it was difficult to tell if it was real or fake. Just like how she dealt with the previous criminals, she first needed to know the specific location of the target before she took action. The hotel's engine room was on the 2nd floor of the basement, and there were security guards on duty. The criminal she needed to take care of was one of the security guards on duty. Yi Qian did not walk slowly from the underground parking lot to the second floor of the basement. She gently put her feet down and then lifted them up again to make sure that she did not make any sound. Walking through the murky corridor, Yi Qian quietly pushed open the heavy fire door. She saw two security guards sitting on a shabby sofa, smoking and chatting. Neither of the voices belonged to her target. Yi Qian retreated to the fire door and dialed another number. Not long after, she heard footsteps coming from behind the fire door. The person was walking directly towards her. Yi Qian's back was pressed against the cold wall. In the darkness, her dark eyes were like a wild beast hiding in the dark. She calmly locked the fire door. The fire door was pushed open, and a tall, fat figure entered Yi Qian's line of sight. The door closed, and in the dark corridor, there was the sound of fists hitting flesh. Then there was the sound of something heavy rolling down the stairs. Finally, there was the sound of someone struggling to break free and letting out a frightened moan. Yi Qian pulled out the man's belt and buckled it into the man's mouth. He then wrapped the belt around the man's head and locked it in place. The man could only make muffled sounds. The criminal, who was wearing a security guard uniform, also helped her. He took out the decorative belts and tied them together. Then, with another belt, he tied the criminal's legs together. Even in the dark, Yi Qian tied the criminal's hands and feet tightly together. At this moment, the tall, fat, and strong criminal was tied up in a reverse arch by Yi Qian. His chest and stomach were pressed against the cold ground. His chin was raised high, and he had no strength to struggle at all. The third one was dealt with. She takes an average of 5 minutes to deal with one. K7, who received another call from Yi Qian, raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a subtle smile on his indifferent face. He said to Bai, "Are you looking forward to meeting her even more?" Bai nodded. The smile on his handsome face was much deeper than K7's. "That's right. I'm looking forward to it more and more." These few people are nothing to her. Xia Jinyuan, who had been calm from the beginning to the end, smiled gently. No one knew better than him how powerful his little fox was. His little fox wanted to ascend to the throne, so it was not a big deal for her to deal with a few small fries. Chapter 1464. Xia Jinyuan waited quietly for Yi Qian to resolve the dangerous situations in the hotel one by one. He waited quietly for her to complete her mission for the night. The Major General sat alone in his office with his head lowered as he worked. Other than occasionally lifting his head to pick up a document that was placed further away, he never lifted his head or moved around. The alarm clock placed directly on the desk rang. Only then did he look up from a pile of documents, put the work in his hands aside, and raised his hand to pick up the landline receiver. At 9:30 p.m., Xia Jinyuan received a call from the Major General. The Major General only asked, "How is Yi Qian doing?" Xia Jinyuan seemed to have been waiting for the Major General to call. When he heard the Major General's call, he replied calmly, "The cleanup has been completed. The Tongzhou police are cleaning up the dangerous items in the hotel according to the criminal statement. Yi Qian is doing very well. She took a total of 1 hour and 7 minutes to get rid of 6 criminals. At the same time, she assisted the Tongzhou police in apprehending one of the main criminals in Tongzhou. It was not a difficult task for Yi Qian to watch. The Major General, who originally had a serious expression on his face, smiled faintly. "Xiao Yi, this is the first time you have completed a mission without carrying any weapons. You have a good start. To Yi Qian, this was a mission, but to the military, this was her first time fighting alone. It was also a test. Yes, it is indeed a good start. Major General, I wonder if the military is satisfied?" Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up as he asked with a smile. His unfathomable black eyes gazed out of the car window. Inside the car, the neon lights were reflected, adding warmth to his cold eyes. "I think you should be very satisfied." His question and answer made the Major General laugh out loud. "It seems that you have already guessed my intentions. Not bad. Yi Jian has the whole situation under control. She has submitted an answer that has satisfied the military for the time being, and also made me feel relieved for the time being. Everything was for the time being, which meant that the test for Yi Qian had just begun. The military wanted to see if she could calmly face a one-on-one battle. They also wanted to see if she could quickly find a solution when she fell into a situation where she had no support and no clue, but had to carry out a certain mission. Although the mission to rescue K7 was also a solo mission, at least the goal was clear. He knew that there were reinforcements behind him, and if there was any danger, he could immediately contact his comrades. But this time, there was no clear target, no definite information, and no idea if there would be any reinforcements. Not a single clue was given to Yi Qian, and he had to find it on his own. The Major General was actually a little nervous when he made the decision to let her carry out a mission without any clues. In addition to being daring and careful in carrying out this kind of mission, one also needed to know how to look for clues, how to control the whole situation, and how to further communicate with the criminals. At the same time, one also needed to complete the mission in secret so that one could successfully escape. Yi Qian had to think about all of this by himself. He had to do it by himself. There could not be any accidents in between. Just like this time, once she was exposed and the criminals noticed something strange, they might set the place on fire in advance and use the most extreme method to fight against the police. Xia Jinyuan sneered. It is also because you believe in her and are willing to give her a chance. If he did not believe in Little Fox, how could he let her fight alone? How could he arrange such a mission to train her? Chapter 1465. The smile on the Major General's face tightened and his eyes sharpened as he explained his plan to Xia Jinyuan. You hope that she can enter the Snowfield Brigade directly after graduation. What about me? Pigeon's team can't be led by you all the time. You need a leader. This was the reason why Yi Qian was being nurtured with all his heart. It was because she had the ability to lead the entire team. Moreover, her overall ability was above average and was comparable to that of Xia Jinyuan. When the leader recommended Yi Jian to go to the capital to protect the Director General, he was already thinking further. He immediately discussed with the military headquarters not only to let Yi Jian go to the capital to protect the Director General, but also to let her join the cleanup operation and arrange for her to act alone. At the same time, the Major General and the military had promised that Yi Qian would become a qualified Special Forces soldier within the next 4 years. She would be able to enter the Snowfield Brigade immediately. If Yi Qian wanted to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier like Xia Jinyuan and the others, she would have to train hard. Based on her outstanding performance in the past few years and her hardworking personality, it was possible for her to enter the Snowfield Brigade directly after graduation like Xia Jinyuan. Thank you for your trust in her. I can also promise you that Yi Qian will not let you or the military down. She was even willing to put aside her hatred for the time being just to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan completely believed in the girl he loved and would not disappoint those who had placed their hopes in her. As for himself, as her goal, it could be said that he had witnessed her growth along the way. It was so exciting and so difficult. Step by step, every step was so steady and steady. She did not take any shortcuts. How could Yi Qian not become an outstanding Special Forces soldier like this? The Major General also believed that Yi Qian would not disappoint him. After giving Xia Jinyuan a few instructions with a cold expression, he said, "The director has been very worried. Once you're done with your work, get Yi Qian to pigeon call the director to let him know that you're safe." The director was not aware of the military's arrangement for Yi Qian's test. To the director, Yi Qian staying in the Tongzhou International Hotel alone was like a live target. To the military, it was a test for Yi Qian. There was no danger at all. If a Special Forces soldier couldn't even take care of a few criminals, then he didn't deserve to be called a Special Forces soldier. He might as well go home and sleep. Yi Jian did not disappoint the Major General. She was still able to find clues when there were no clues. She subdued 6 criminals without any support throughout the process. It could be seen that her psychological quality had always been very stable. She did not panic because of this. A total of 20 barrels of gasoline for packs of explosives and 5 quilts soaked in gasoline were found. 12 lighters and 6 switchblade daggers were found on the 6 criminals. In the hotel, the Tongzhou police cleaned up the dangerous items found. A police officer said as he recorded, according to the confessions, all the items were brought into the hotel by the criminals using their position as hotel security. 25-liter barrels of gasoline, 4 packs of explosives, and 5 quilts soaked in gasoline were enough to burn down the entire hotel. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault. I don't know anything. I just came here to stay for a night. A man's terrified voice came from the room next door. He pleaded for his innocence with tears and snot. Chapter 1466. When Yiqian, who was assisting the Tongzhou police, heard this, he raised his head and said to the police officer taking notes, "This criminal has some connections. He has an uncle who is very close to the main culprit. When I was trying to get information from him, I found out that he planned to ask his uncle to bring him to meet the committee member after setting the place on fire." The police officer did not have any doubts about the words of the person who had contributed the most tonight. "Okay, I'll report it immediately. Okay, you should be done with the inventory here, too." Yiqian, who had planned to leave after handing the criminal over to the Tongzhou police, took off his filter mask. His obsidian-like eyes had a faint smile as he stared at the police officer. "The hotel crisis has been resolved. I think it's time for me to leave. I'll have to trouble my police brothers from now on." The police officer who was about to pass by the next room immediately stopped in his tracks. "Aren't you staying at the hotel tonight? If you want to leave now, should I go and ask the deputy commissioner first?" The police officer was very young. He had just graduated from the police academy a year ago. He did not have the authority of the police officers who were searching outside. He was still a little inexperienced. Otherwise, he would not have stayed to clean up the dangerous goods. He said shyly, looking a little embarrassed, "The deputy commissioner told me before he left that if you want to leave, I have to go with." As he was speaking, a few footsteps accompanied by voices came over. They walked very quickly and appeared in the room in the blink of an eye. The police officer turned around, and his shy expression immediately became very serious. "Commissioner Kai, Deputy Commissioner, has everything been cleaned up? Did you find any other dangerous goods?" The man who spoke was about 45 years old. His face was very serious, and he had the authority of a leader. He looked at the young police officer and said, "Be careful when you do the inventory to avoid any mistakes." The police officer straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Commissioner Kai." The deputy commissioner said, "Commissioner Kai, this is Comrade Yi, who helped the Tongzhou police a lot tonight. It's all thanks to her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to complete the search so smoothly." He smiled and introduced her to Yiqian. "Comrade Yi, this is Commissioner Kai." Compared to the deputy commissioner whose smile made people feel comfortable, Yiqian felt that the serious and righteous Commissioner Kai was easier to talk to. "Hello, Commissioner Kai. I'm Yiqian, an active soldier." He didn't say anything else, not even the Director General. Previously, Yiqian had been standing behind the male police officer, so Chief Kai didn't immediately notice her. Now that she walked out gracefully, Chief Kai's gaze immediately stopped on her face. The young girl had the temperament of a soldier. Even though she was dressed casually, one could tell that she was a soldier with just a single step. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, when Chief Kai saw the young man's face clearly, his expression quietly changed. His cold eyes flashed slightly before he reached out his hand. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Yi." The young face was also a familiar face. It was just that one of them had fallen into eternal slumber, while the other had been reborn. Another face that was sealed in his memory flashed through his mind. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Chief Kai's heart thumped like a drum. He looked around the room that was filled with the smell of gasoline. Chief Kai's gaze deepened, and he once again casually sized up Yiqian. "Let's go outside and talk. Little Zhu will take care of everything here." Little Zhu was the male police officer who had been talking to Yiqian just now. Yiqian noticed that something was wrong with Chief Kai's gaze and nodded with a smile on his face. He followed Chief Kai out of the room. The deputy commissioner tactfully stayed behind and didn't follow. Chief Kai obviously had something to ask, so he didn't need to follow. Chapter 1467. As Chief Kai walked, his arms swung back and forth in his police uniform. Yi Qian was all too familiar with his steely aura. Chief Kai was a retired soldier who had been transferred to civilian work. At that thought, Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Her features were very similar to her mother's. Grandfather Jin said that any old friend who knew her mother would know whose daughter she was once they saw her. Could it be that Chief Kai, who was a retired soldier, knew her mother? Wasn't that too much of a coincidence? But she couldn't help but suspect it. The way Chief Kai looked at her, he was indeed reminiscing about an old friend through her. Could it be her mother? Could it be that much of a coincidence? She knew too little about her mother. She knew so little that even though she suspected that her mother's death might have something to do with old Madame Yi and Sun Yaozu, she didn't know where to start investigating. For a moment, Yi Qian's calm mind became a little unstable. Even though her mind was unstable, Yi Qian was still a little expectant. At Chief Kai's signal, she sat down on the lounge chair in the hotel room. As soon as she sat down, she looked up slightly and met Chief Kai's eyes, which were filled with memories. It was getting late. She still had to go find the Director General. Even though she was expectant, she wasn't sure if Chief Kai knew her mother, so she shouldn't put too much hope into it. In just a few seconds, Yi Qian adjusted her slightly chaotic mind and calmed down. Chief Kai didn't notice the ups and downs in her emotions just now. He was still thinking about his own matters. The memories buried deep in his memories all came rushing back. If he thought that Yi Qian looked like an old friend when he first saw her, then as he thought deeper, he really felt that Yi Qian was his old friend's daughter. Otherwise, how could they be so similar? But they had received news that his old friend had passed away in an accident. Then Comrade Xiao Yi, who looked so similar to his old friend. No, he had to be steady. He would bring it up again after careful observation. The room was very quiet. When Yi Qian saw that Chief Kai didn't speak for a long time, she couldn't help but frown slightly. It was this subtle action that surprised Chief Kai even more. Even more alike. When he frowned, he looked even more like his old friend. Except for the different expression between his eyebrows, his facial features really looked like they were carved out of the same mold. Although the facial features were similar, they were not alike in spirit. The Comrade Yi in front of him had a chilly look, like a pine tree proud and unyielding snow, while his old friend had a gentle look, like a red plum blossom that had just bloomed, with a woman's tenderness between her eyebrows. Comrade Yi didn't. Her delicate and pretty face had a rigid expression, and her gaze was sharp and deep. Although there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her indifferent temperament had already maintained a certain distance from others. Looking at the face that increasingly overlapped with the face of his old friend in his memory, Chief Kai's mood became a little unstable for a moment. He didn't say anything, and Yi Qian didn't say anything either. He even picked up the teapot on the square table and poured himself and Chief Kai a cup of cold water. Chief Kai's gaze moved slightly from the young face to the teacup. He sighed with nostalgia in his gentle voice. "I'm sorry. My apologies. You're too polite." Yi Qian wasn't someone who was curious about other people's private affairs. Even if he could tell that Chief Kai was reminiscing about his old friend through him, he didn't want to know. Chapter 1468. If Chief Kai's old friend was her mother, then he would definitely mention it. If not, then there was no need for her to know about other people's private affairs. Yi Qian, who was very clear in her heart, completely calmed down. Even the chief of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau couldn't see through her thoughts. Her polite answer, calm smile, calm face, and calm handling made Chief Kai take the cup she handed over and say, "It's rare to see someone as steady as Mount Tai." Chief Kai also didn't immediately mention that his old friend was similar to Yi Qian. The official business hadn't been resolved yet, and private matters could be discussed later. After taking a sip of cold water, Chief Kai put down the cup and looked at Yi Qian again. Seeing her drink the cold water calmly under his gaze, there was no trace of nervousness on her face, and there was no trace of restraint in her movements. Chief Kai's smile deepened, and he nodded secretly. She solved the hotel crisis with her own strength, and immediately contacted the Tongzhou City Police after the incident. She didn't have the slightest intention of claiming credit, and then immediately left to the police to deal with the follow-up matters and didn't show up again. It was rare for someone so young to be able to act so steadily. Xiao, I will truthfully write this merit in the report and submit it to the Great Hall. Xiao, I will report this merit to the Great Hall. When Chief Kai talked about official business, he spoke clearly word by word. Unlike the deputy chief who was deliberately vague, afraid that Yi Qian would steal the credit from the Tongzhou City Police. Although the Tongzhou City Police knew that there were criminals in the hotel, we didn't know what they were planning, nor did we know that the hotel security guards had joined the cult. If it wasn't for your help, tonight wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I will write it in detail in the report, and I won't hide anything. If there are any commendations in the future, the Tongzhou City Police will contact you in time. It will more or less help your military career. Soldiers and police were the same. They all needed to make contributions. The more commendations they received, the more help it would be in the future. Moreover, this was her merit, and no one could take it for themselves. What belonged to her could only belong to her. The Tongzhou City Police wouldn't go so far as to steal credit from a soldier who helped them. But Yi Qian didn't need it. He smiled and said, "Chief Kai, you're too polite. This is the responsibility of a soldier. Besides, I didn't do anything else. I just caught a few criminals while I was at it." The final follow-up work was finished by the Tongzhou Police. The ones who really work hard were the Tongzhou Police. Just like his old friend, although she was a woman, she was an upright person. She was never fond of grandiose achievements, nor did she enjoy being in the limelight. After drinking half a glass of water and chatting for 4 to 5 minutes, Chief Kai relaxed after hearing her attitude towards the matter. He leaned back in his chair and gazed deeply at Yi Qian. "Comrade Xiao, I'm sorry to take the liberty of asking you a few personal questions. If you're unwilling to answer, you don't have to hold back and just say it. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would feel regret." Yi Qian's hands tightened around the glass of water. His expression didn't change as he smiled and said, "Please go ahead." Facing Chief Kai's deep gaze, Yi Qian knew that he was deeply missing his old friend at this moment. His originally calm heart stirred again. He thought that Chief Kai didn't plan to talk about his old friend, but he suddenly mentioned it when he was about to leave. Yi Qian's heart was filled with hope again. Chapter 1469. How great would it be if Chief Kai really knew her mother? He didn't say it immediately. He stared at her for a long time before sighing. "You look very similar to an old friend of mine with the surname Sun. Your features are very similar, but your temperament is completely different." Old friend with the surname Sun. Yi Qian's heart trembled when she heard this. This was her mother's surname. "Chief Kai, Chief Kai." Her calm black eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Chief Kai without blinking and said softly, "Chief Kai, my mother's surname is also Sun. Does she really know her mother? Did Chief Kai really know her mother?" Yi Qian's fingers trembled as she held the glass of water tightly. She was a little nervous. Chief Kai's eyes flashed fiercely. They both had the surname Sun. Could Yi Qian really be his old friend's daughter? If that was the case, then why did the letter they received say that his comrade's daughter had passed away in an accident? Moreover, the comrade who had specially asked around said that his daughter had indeed passed away in an accident. He also said that she was young and mischievous. On a summer afternoon, she had run out to play in the water by herself and had unfortunately fallen into a pond and drowned. Chief Kai's heart was already in turmoil. His eyes lit up as he said, "She used to be in the military. If she really was his old friend's daughter, then she should at least know about her mother's past." Yi Qian naturally knew a little, but not much. Uncle Jin didn't know much, so naturally, he didn't tell her much. But now that she had met an old friend who could possibly know her mother, Yi Qian suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried her best to answer politely. "I don't know if the old friend you're talking about is my mother. I only know that my mother was a martyr. Unfortunately, she died in the line of duty when I was 3 years old." Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Yi Qian was still a calm and self-controlled Special Forces soldier. She didn't like to show her emotions. Although her emotions were as vast as the ocean, they were also deep and unpredictable. Her mother's sacrifice was suspicious. Suddenly, an old friend who could very likely know her mother had appeared. Although it was indeed a coincidence, it was better to be cautious. Yi Qian's wandering from place to place in her previous life made her cautious and not easily trusting others. Your mother and my old friend are somewhat similar. She was indeed a soldier. 17 years ago, she died in the line of duty. Yi Jian probed carefully, and so did Chief Kai. He didn't say anything more or less, but he just happened to say something useful. Chief Kai was cautious because he had learned that the daughter of his old friend had passed away in an accident. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was suspicious and reserved because of her mother's sacrifice. She did not take the initiative to start the conversation. She waited for the other party to say something before she answered. What a coincidence. My mother also died in the line of duty 17 years ago. When she was sent back, the leaders of the military, political, and military commission said that my mother was personally sent to the incinerator by the premier. Speaking of the past, Yi Jian couldn't help but gently close her eyes. The corners of her eyes were moist. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a good memory. She remembered that day very clearly. Even though she had lived 2 lives, the memory was still so fresh. When the peach blossoms withered, the ground in the peach forest was covered in a thick layer of pink, red, and white. She was playing at home when she suddenly heard Sun Dongqing's faint cries coming from outside the peach forest. She didn't know what was going on and kept looking up. She saw 2 soldiers in military uniforms and military caps walking out of the peach forest step by step. Chapter 1470. One of the soldiers was holding a small, dark-colored box. On top of the box was a folded red national flag. Behind the 2 soldiers, there were a few other soldiers. They were surrounded by the villagers, and some aunties were sobbing. Later, she found out that they said her mother had sacrificed herself and slept in that small dark-colored box. Peach blossoms fell like rain. The sky was gray and misty, and it drizzled. It was very cold on her face, and it made her heart feel very empty. They all said her mother had sacrificed herself. Sacrifice represented death. What was death? When she was 2 or 3 years old, she experienced her father's death. She already understood what death was. When I sent her back, the willow tree by the pond had just started to sprout green, and the peach blossoms had just bloomed. I knew my mother had sacrificed herself. Yi Jian said softly. She knew that Chief Kai hoped that she would be able to answer every sentence he said. Then, she would be able to string them together and find out whether she was the daughter of his old friend or not. Chief Kai, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unconsciously sat up straight. His deep eyes became watery. All of our comrades like to call her Red Plum. Red Plum in the army, Red Plum in the army. Is it because her name has the word shui in it? Yi Qian raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She knew that her heart was beating a little fast, and it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. With every word she said, she observed Chief Kai more carefully. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on this middle-aged man's face. She thought that she had indeed met her mother's old friend, her mother's former comrade. Chief Kai's eyes became watery, and there was nostalgia, sadness, and reminiscence of the past. Yes, her name has the word shui, like the red plum blossoms in the snow. So, her codename was Red Plum. Red plum blossoms in the snow, blooming proudly in the snow. As he spoke, his voice became hoarse. Martyr's son Xianxia, this is my old friend and also my former comrade. It couldn't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. Yi Qian must be her daughter. Hong Mei. Oh, Hong Mei, I didn't expect your daughter to have grown up so much. She's even carrying on her mother's will. She's also donned a military uniform to serve the motherland, just like you. She's become a female soldier who's not inferior to a male soldier. You in the underworld must feel gratified. Chief Kai completely believed that the girl in front of him was his old friend's daughter. His originally serious eyes became infinitely warm as he slowly talked about the past. I know that she has a daughter. My comrades in the team all know. But more than 10 years ago, we wrote a letter to ask about it. We received a reply from the town saying that Sun Xianxia's comrade's daughter died in an accident. We also sent a retired comrade to inquire about it and received the same reply. They all said that you went out to play in the water at noon in the summer and unfortunately fell into the water and died. Everyone in the same class as Hong Mei believed it. We all believe that you died because you fell into the water that summer. In the end, he didn't. Hong Mei's daughter was still alive, and he had met him. At this moment, Chief Kai completely believed that the young female soldier in front of him was their comrade's son, Xianxia's daughter. She didn't know that her mother's comrade had come to inquire about it. However, even if she did, she wouldn't have known that when she was young, she had struggled to survive in Sun Dongqing's hands. Yi Ying had forced her to be timid and weak. In addition, Yi Zhifan had received old Madame Ye's orders to raise her into a useless person. She didn't know anything about the outside world. Chapter 1471. I'm sorry to have made you worry. I've always lived in Shukou village and never left. When did you come to our village? 3 years after your mother's death. Some of us retired at the end of the year. We wrote a letter to the town in September and received a reply in early October. At the end of December, one of our retired comrades specially came over before returning home. Only then do we completely believe that you really died in an accident. Chief Kai let out a long sigh. Now, I don't understand what's going on. You were clearly still alive, so why did we receive a reply saying that you were in an accident? Why did our comrades also say that you were in an accident? She calculated the time. At that time, she was being bullied badly. As a village official, Yi Zhifan had close ties with the Fujian town government. It was normal for him to receive a letter and reply in such a way. The strange thing was, why did her mother's comrades say the same thing? If the letter you wrote fell into Yi Zhifan's hands, it would be normal for him to reply that I fell into the water and died. To be honest, sometimes I think it's a miracle that I was able to survive safely. Yi Qian said, half jokingly and half seriously. But as soon as he said this, Chief Kai's face suddenly darkened. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did someone come looking for you?" At that moment, Yi Qian's heart sank. Chief Kai's expression and what he said. Something was wrong. She guessed right. She really guessed right. There was something suspicious about her mother's death. No one came looking for you, but... Yi Qian lowered her head as her mind raced. She wondered if she should directly ask Chief Kai for confirmation. But could she trust him? It was the first time they met. Should she ask about the past that might have a lot to do with it? Director Kai also lowered his eyes, so he didn't see the contemplation on Yi Jian's face. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when Yi Jian's phone in her pocket beeped. Xia Jinyuan was calling. After glancing at the caller ID, Yi Qian stood up without hesitation. Chief Kai, thank you for telling me about my mother. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your work any further. There are still many things about your mother. You. Chief Kai stood up and stared deeply at his old friend's daughter. He saw the determination in her eyes, and her gaze was even sharper than her mother's. He paused for a few seconds before saying, "If you want to know more about your mother, you can contact me at any time." It was clear that Chief Kai had hesitated when he said this. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes were filled with determination. Yi Qian, who had always been suspicious of her mother's sacrifice, felt her heart sink. She thought that she would definitely contact Chief Kai because he knew about her mother's situation. All right, maybe one day I will really come and disturb you. Yi Qian took the phone number that Chief Kai had written on his notebook at the last minute. He glanced at it and memorized the numbers. Yi Qian bowed slightly to Chief Kai before walking away. The young female soldier left without looking back. Just like her mother that day, even though she knew it was dangerous and that she might not come back, she accepted the mission, packed her equipment, and left without looking back. Yi Qian only knew that when her mother sacrificed herself and came back, the willow trees were green and the peach blossoms had withered. She did not know that when the red plum blossoms left, the world was covered in white snow and the only red plum blossoms were blooming. Chapter 1472. The door slowly closed, and the young man walked out of sight. Chief Kai slowly sat back in his chair with a serious expression on his face. Did his comrade, who had gone through thick and thin with him, lie? Hong Mei's daughter was still alive, so why did he say that the news was confirmed? What if his comrade really lied? Chief Kai's hands, which were casually placed on the armrest, slowly clenched into fists. Hong Mei's daughter was very smart. She should know something which was why she was so careful when she answered his question. If she really knew something, who told her? What would she do next? When would she call him? Yi Qian knew that she would definitely call Chief Kai. In her previous life, she was muddle-headed and didn't realize that her mother's death was suspicious. Since she was back in this life, she would definitely investigate. Yi Jian's mind was in turmoil as she walked step by step. She was very steady and did not panic at all. The calmer she was, the harder it was for others to tell what she was thinking at this time. She would definitely call him, but not now. She's out. In the car, K7 put away his binoculars and said to Q King, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Aren't you going to get out of the car?" to welcome her. The car was parked on the side of the road, where they could see the hotel's revolving door. Xiao Yuan didn't need to use binoculars. His dark gaze pierced through the cold night and the dim light to see his girl walking over calmly with her head held high and chest puffed out. Xiao Yuan, who had no intention of getting out of the car, put his hand on the door lock and opened it, while he was still using binoculars in the front passenger seat. He adjusted the focus so that he could clearly see the girl's face. However, just as he was about to take a closer look, the girl's eyes, which were originally looking straight ahead, suddenly moved. She looked straight at him with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. Why he was so shocked that he quickly put down his binoculars. He turned to K7 in shock and said, "She's very sensitive. She noticed me as soon as I adjusted the focus. Why did the Major General train her so well? Why did she make the leaders miss her so much? Why did the military open the door for her? You'll know when you get to know her." K7 asked a few whys, but he did not explain himself. After that, he started the car and waited for his two comrades to return. The white crane looked outside with a pensive look in its eyes. Why? Naturally, it was because she had something extraordinary about her. She had an ability that no one could surpass. Before they even met, he was already frightened by her sensitivity. There was silence in the car. Outside the car, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan walking towards him and quickened his steps. "I'm sorry for making you wait." She stopped in her tracks and spoke first. "I was delayed by something. It's a personal matter," she explained in a more serious tone. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay. Get in the car first." She had already said that she was delayed by personal matters. Based on his understanding of her, it was obvious that she would tell him about this matter and not hide it from him. If she really wanted to hide it from him, his little fox wouldn't even mention it. The hotel's green belt was equipped with dim streetlights. There were also spotlights near the roots of shrubs. Although Yi Qian was standing in the light, her beautiful face was still hazy. Xiao Jinyuan could clearly see her expression. It was filled with sadness and palpitations. Chapter 1473. What's going on? Xiao Jinyuan, who had stopped with her, stared deeply at Yi Qian. His right hand, which was originally patting her shoulder, slowly lowered. Under the cover of the night, his slender fingers touched her fingertips. The touch was so cold that he directly held her hand tightly. Suppressing his doubts, he said in a soft and deep voice, "Now is not the time to think about personal matters. No matter how big the matter is, it has to be temporarily suppressed." Holding her hand tightly, the two of them walked side by side. In addition to the K7, there's also a comrade from the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed by him. We received orders from the military and a call from the Gillen police. Tonight, we need to rush to Huzhou. We will take the 6:17 a.m. flight to Gillen tomorrow morning. His hand was very warm. The warmth from his palm and fingertips warmed Yi Qian's cold fingers. So, even if there's a personal matter, you have to put it to the back of your mind. We are soldiers. When the order is given and the mission is carried out, personal matters are insignificant compared to national affairs. I don't need to say more. You know this in your heart. Hide the sadness in your body and force back the tears in your eyes. Yi Qian, raise your chin and remember your identity. It was impossible to be comforted while carrying out a mission. Yi Qian, whose eyes were a little red, took a deep breath. Thanks to the night and the cold night wind, she did not lose her composure. Feeling the strength from him, Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and nodded. When she opened her eyes again, there was no trace of tears in her eyes. There was no sadness in her either. There was only the cold temperament of a soldier beside her. He was wise, calm, and had already unsheathed his sword. Why, he was already standing in front of the car door. As soon as Yi Jian came over, he took the initiative to shake hands with him. His movements showed the elegance and grace of someone from a famous family. "Hello, Yi Jian. I'm Bai He. I have always heard about you from my comrades. Today, I finally got to meet you." Your gaze stunned me. When he mentioned it, Yi Qian realized that the person who had secretly watched her when she walked out of the hotel was Bai He. "Hello, Bai He. I am Yi Qian. I'm sorry for making a fuss just now." When he withdrew his hand, Yi Qian had already finished sizing up the white crane. He could not stop a thought from emerging in his mind. Why were the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade like beauty pageants? Every one of them was so handsome. Using the words of 10 years later to describe them, why are they all so good-looking? Every one of them was not only good-looking, but their figures were also 1 in a million. They were all tall and straight like pine trees and slender like green bamboos. As for their figures, needless to say, they had broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs. Once they were in uniform, they could attract a lot of attention just by looking at their figures. Yi Qian suddenly rejoiced that he had a firm state of mind. He did not have too much desire for men, nor did he have a crush on them. Otherwise, when faced with such a group of good-looking and well-built male soldiers, he would really only care about looking at men every day. After sizing him up, Yi Qian calmly retracted his gaze, not at all attracted by Bai's handsome face. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an inviolable military aura. When Bai saw this, she felt a chill in her heart. She also had a better impression of Yi Qian. To be able to become comrades with such an outstanding female soldier filled her with joy. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, opened the car door and said to Yi Qian, "Let's talk in the car." Bai smiled at Yi Qian without any sense of distance and got into the car first. At the same time, she did not forget to quickly say to Case 7, "Very good." Chapter 1474. How could he say not bad after just meeting him? The Case 7 glanced at him. When he heard the sound of the door closing behind him, he released the brakes and stepped on the accelerator. The car with good performance immediately sped forward a few meters. Now that the matter at Tongzhou International Hotel was settled, he had to be careful with the next important mission. In the car, Yi Qian first contacted the pigeon and reported to the director that he was safe. Then, he discussed the next mission with Xia Jinyuan and the other 2. Your mission is to find a few police officers who were sacrificed and make sure that they can come back in one piece. Xia Jinyuan first discussed Yi Qian's personal mission because she would be the first to sneak into the village. There's a young girl in the village called Fu Hui who will help you secretly. You can stay at her house tonight. Fu Hui was the only high school student in a mountain village. Her parents used to be honest farmers, but they joined a cult and did a few things that made her feel guilty. In order to let her parents know that they were wrong, Fu Hui chose to report them. Her report came at the right time and too suddenly. The police in Yuyang City also knew that the higher-ups were secretly investigating the exact location of the cult's headquarters, so they secretly sent people to investigate. Unexpectedly, the people they sent never returned. This alerted the Great Hall and the highest leaders. The organization's commissioner appointed Director Min as the main person in charge and launched a nationwide operation to crack down on the cult. In the next few months, the number of people arrested was not in the unit of people, but in the unit of hundreds. Director Min used himself as bait during the celebration, and in less than 2 days, he caught a group of criminals with a certain status in the cult. Among them, the foreign agent Mr. Charlie was the most important. Through Mr. Charlie's confession, they learned that the big committee member intended to escape abroad because of the tense situation in the country. Charlie was in charge of his departure. That was why Xia Jinyuan and the others drove overnight to Huzhou to capture the big committee member in a mountain village in Yuyang City. This is the phone of the foreign criminal, Charlie, and his voice. Listen to it first. Xia Jinyuan handed a mobile phone and a recording to Yi Qian. During this period of time, You need to disguise yourself as Charlie and contact the committee member at all times. Keep him in the village and tell him that the procedures for going abroad are in progress. Bai looked at Yi Qian from the rearview mirror. Ventriloquism. Yi Qian knew ventriloquism. It was said that she could imitate anyone's voice. It was so miraculous that they found it hard to believe. Ventriloquism originated in ancient times, imitating the sounds of animals to swindle prey for food. During the Warring States period, in the story, Meng Changjunyi breaks through Hangu Pass. Crowing cock and stealing dog was the earliest military application of ventriloquism. From the Song Dynasty to the Republic of China, ventriloquism flourished on the side of Hanghai. However, most of them were imitating the sounds of animals. It was rare to see them imitating human speech. In the mirror, he saw Yi Qian turn on the recording pen. Charlie's voice came from the car. Yi Qian's beautiful brows were slightly furrowed as she listened attentively. Her lips were also moving, but the movement was not big. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell. After listening to it twice, Yi Qian turned off the recording pen. Let me try it. Listen and see if it sounds similar. No. I don't know much about this. Moreover, I'm not from your country. You don't have the right to arrest me. Damn it, let go of me. I want to see my lawyer. Bai's back stiffened when he heard the voice. Chapter 1475. If he did not know who was sitting behind him, he would have thought that he was possessed in the middle of the night. Similar, too similar. No, not similar. It should be exactly the same. How could he imitate so well? Ventriloquism, a consummate skill that no one could compare to, and a consummate skill that no one could learn. It could be said that Yi Qian had shocked Bai He with his first move. It also made him understand why the military valued Yi Qian so much that he would be the first to go on mission. It was too shocking. Even if such a talent was average in other aspects, just this consummate skill alone would make him useful to the military. Moreover, Yi Qian was an all-round talent. If the military did not discover him, it would be a loss for the military. For a moment, Bai He could not calm down. He had been conquered by Yi Qian for the first time they met. In the end, Xia Jinyuan pointed out, speak faster and with a higher tone, with a bit of arrogance. Also, Charlie likes to order people around, so he is very forceful when he speaks. You don't have to be too gentle when you're trying to calm down the main criminal. Okay, I'll try again. Yi Qian nodded and stopped repeating what Charlie had said in the recording pen. Instead, he spoke as if he was chatting. At this moment, Bai He could feel sweat forming on his back. Even K7's palms, which were holding the steering wheel, were wet. K7 had never heard of Yi Qian's ability to imitate others. The two people in the front row were stunned when they heard this. Hearing another person's voice from the mouth of someone they were familiar with, they would never believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they still found it unbelievable. Xia Jinyuan's talent and language was not inferior to Yi Qian's. His expression did not change much as he gave a few pointers. After about 10 minutes, he nodded. That's about it. It shouldn't be a problem to communicate over the phone. Then he asked Bai He, did you have any advice? No, not all. Bai He quickly answered and turned around to face Yi Qian. He gave him a thumbs up. I can only admire you for this. This skill was amazing. Xia Jinyuan knew exactly what his comrade was thinking. He was as shocked as he was. Back then, he had suddenly heard a man's voice come out of the mouth of the seemingly delicate little girl beside him. Moreover, the voice was exactly the same as the voice of the criminal they were trying to subdue. Fortunately, he was hiding in the dark and didn't let her see the loss of self-control on his face. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. My voice is wider than others, so it'll be easier for me to learn this. Other than the elderly and children, she had no problems with the rest. In her previous life, this was one of her escaped treasures. One person could play several roles in a room and scare away the people sent by Yi Ying and Yi Zhifan many times. I want to learn from you. Bai He subconsciously finished her sentence, but halfway through, he realized that he needed to consider his words carefully. After a few seconds of pause, Bai He continued, it's not easy to learn from you. In fact, there aren't many people in the country who can do what you did. Yi Qian thought about it and agreed. In her previous life, she had learned this skill by accident. When she discovered that she had talent in this area, she was also shocked. Chapter 1476. It's a little difficult, but if everyone knew how to do it, I wouldn't have to do it, she said teasingly. Her eyes curved into crescents, and the smile in her spirited black eyes rippled like a pool of water. Her words made the three of them laugh. K7 said calmly, I know you're good at shooting, but I didn't know you could do this kind of amazing ventriloquism. It seemed like the taciturn K7 would talk more when he was with Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan was already used to it, but by he, who didn't know, was surprised. K7, did something good happen to you today? You said 10 sentences in half an hour, and each sentence was more than 5 words long. He will be more gentlemanly in front of Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan answered for his comrade. Not only him, but G3 as well. As long as they are in front of Yi Qian, they will talk a lot. The car had already left Tongzhou City, and the next intersection was the highway to Huzhou. K7, who didn't need a GPS, seemed to be very familiar with Tongzhou, and the car made several turns before it reached the highway. As he entered the highway, he replied calmly, What do a bunch of men have to say? Don't you know that the opposite sex attracts the opposite sex? Looks like I have to talk to the political commissar and tell him that K7's thinking is a little empty, and he needs to communicate more with the female soldiers. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips curved into a faint smile. He was relaxed and gentle. We're a bunch of men, and we're making K7 suffer. K7 actually continued in a serious tone. You can also request the military to find a few more female soldiers who are as good as Yi Qian. With both men and women working together, it won't be tiring. That's impressive, you even know that. Bai He was even more surprised. Who was K7? He was a man who was more boring than a monk. In the military, other than training, going to the laboratory, and reading, he had no other hobbies. His life was as dull as a cup of water. In the military, there was a saying that described K7, cut off the roots of love and live in seclusion in the Zhongnan Mountains. It meant that K7's coldness was so cold that it reached his soul. Q King was cold too, but his coldness was different from K7's. K7's coldness was as if he had cut off all emotions and desires. How could he joke around with such a person? He even joked about repel, like opposites attract. They had been comrades for 6 years now, and this was the first time he heard K7 say something that sounded so mundane. I think everyone will be happy to have a few more comrades like Yi Jian. K7 didn't care about how shocked his comrades were. He just said what he wanted to say. He was just speaking the truth. Xia Jinyuan, who had always been open-minded, felt that K7's words made sense. However, if he were to use his little fox as a standard, Xia Jinyuan felt that it would be difficult for the military to make such a suggestion. His slender body leaned forward slightly, and his deep and magnetic voice was heard. I can send you to the arts department, but we have to find a few female soldiers like Yi Qian. We shouldn't make things difficult for the military. K7 laughed. He probably didn't laugh often, so the sound of his laughter was a little scary. It was mysterious and had a deeper meaning. Bai He, who was watching from the side, also laughed. He had seen how capable Yi Qian was, and that alone was enough to make him feel shocked. Chapter 1477. Just as Q King had said, finding a few female soldiers like her was indeed difficult for the military. His comrade's meaningful laughter made Xia Jinyuan smile. Indeed, his little fox was unique, his girl was unique, and he and their comrade Yi Qian were unique. Major Xia Jinyuan, who could portray elegance and perfection at any time, changed his sitting position. His deep eyes gazed gently at Yi Qian. He looked at the girl he loved deeply, as if he wanted to carve her into his heart. Even if he closed his eyes, she was the only one in his eyes. Yi Qian felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Why does he keep staring at me? In the past, when he saw that I was uncomfortable, he would comfort me. After all, I've lived 2 lives and have never come into contact with people like him. I'll be fine once I get used to it. Today, Yi Qian realized that she had been too naive. She had underestimated the elegant yet dangerous man in front of her. Time passed, and Xia Jinyuan became more mature with each passing day. His aura was even stronger than before. Looking into his eyes, she really couldn't take it. He was too gentle, so gentle that it was as if there was electricity in his eyes. When she looked into his eyes, the electricity would flow into her heart and make her breath go haywire. Receiving her glare, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows elegantly. His incomparably elegant appearance contained a scoundrel that Yi Qian couldn't handle. She had to find an opportunity to tell him that she really wasn't used to flirting with him in front of her comrades. It was too awkward. It was fine if K7 knew about their relationship, but Bai he didn't. Her comrades who could enter the Snowfield Brigade were all meticulous people. If she wasn't careful, they would notice something. If Bai he noticed that something was wrong, she would definitely jump out of the car and leave. Yi Qian immediately glared at the comrade in front of her when he wasn't paying attention. She used her eyes to tell him, "If you keep looking, I'll ignore you." Cough, cough, cough. Understanding the warning in his girlfriend's eyes, Xia Jinyuan suddenly coughed. If he kept looking, she would ignore him? Was that a warning? All he saw was her cuteness. Xia Jinyuan, who always knew when to stop, did not continue watching. He did not want his girl to feel awkward and unnatural in front of his comrades. He retracted his gaze and coughed with his fist against his thin lips. His dark and cold eyes were filled with a smile. She didn't want to look anymore. If she did, the shy little fox's face would turn red. Bai he really didn't know about the relationship between Q King and Yi Qian, and he didn't think in that direction. From K7's casual tone, he could tell that K7 really treated Yi Qian as a comrade that he could confide in. She couldn't help but take another look at Yi Qian through the rearview mirror. The interior of the car was a little dark, so he couldn't see her facial features clearly. However, when his gaze landed on her, he could feel that her eyes had the same spirit as his. They had the same faith and the same goal. After taking another look and sizing her up, Bai he understood why his comrades would praise her endlessly every time they returned from mission together. It could be said that the entire Snowfield Brigade knew about Yi Qian, and those who had never seen Yi Qian before were just as curious about her as he was. Every time Xia Jinyuan returned, there would always be a few comrades who would come over to ask about Yi Qian. Some of them would even ask their captain when he would bring Yi Qian to their brigade, or when they would become comrades who would fight together and go to the battlefield together. Chapter 1478. Through the rearview mirror. Bai looked at Yi Qian with a kind gaze. When he saw Yi Qian smiling back at him in the mirror, Bai couldn't help but smile as well. He thought to himself, just like K7 and the others, I'm looking forward to her arrival. I'm looking forward to her becoming my comrade. He finally understood why all the comrades in arms who had fought alongside Yi Qian looked forward to fighting alongside her again. Her eyes, her expression, and the way she spoke made you feel safe from the bottom of your heart. It was so safe that you could trust her with your back when you're on the battlefield. It was still some time before they left for Huzhou. Even though the four of them were chatting until they were relaxed, they didn't continue chatting. They needed to maintain a certain amount of energy to deal with the upcoming danger. The four of them took turns driving. Each of them only needed to drive for 3 hours. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't mention that Yi Qian didn't need to drive and could rest all the time. They were comrades in arms who fought together. They could share joys and sorrows together. Since she was responsible for driving for 3 hours, it also meant that she could fight alongside them without any special arrangements. The night deepened. Yi Qian, who was in charge of driving the car in the morning, had already fallen asleep. Her breathing was long and steady, and there was even a sweet smile on her delicate face. She was completely relaxed as she fell into a deep sleep. Bai he in the front seat had also fallen asleep. Major Xia, who was waiting for his girlfriend to sleep first, saw the car enter the tunnel. He quietly raised his hand. When the car exited the tunnel, Yi Qian, who had been resting his head on the window, had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. After finishing his task, Major Xia closed his eyes in satisfaction. The three of them fell asleep. However, someone rushed into the elevator with a cool night breeze and pressed the floor number. Yi Jifan's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. What's the matter in the middle of the night? Why do you have to rush over now? Can't you wait until tomorrow? What urgent matter could Yi Xiang and her husband have? It's most likely related to that old hag again. Sun Dongqing's mouth didn't stop nagging from the moment they arrived at the hotel. Listen carefully. If she wants me to take care of that old hag, there's no way. You'd better be alert. Don't be soft-hearted when she cries and throws a tantrum. You treat her as your sister, but does she treat you as her brother? Never. When she was young, she always looked forward to the two of us fighting. Didn't she do enough to drive a wedge between us? Haven't you wronged me a lot? The enmity between her and me is huge, and I won't be able to resolve it in this lifetime. She was still talking relentlessly and did not notice that Yi Fan's gloomy face was already filled with ruthlessness. Ying saw this and her heart thumped. She secretly tugged at her mother and whispered, "Mom, aren't you tired after talking for so long?" He didn't stop at all from his house to the hotel. "Since we're already here, do we have to go back now? Dad knows what's going on. Can you stop saying that?" His voice became lower and lower. "Can't you see that Dad is in a bad mood now? Can you at least be considerate of your father?" Sun Dongqing had always listened to her daughter's words. When she heard her daughter's words, she snorted and stopped nagging. Yi Fan didn't want to communicate with his wife anymore. There was no point in talking to her. Other than arguing and throwing tantrums, he couldn't think of anything else she could do. She was smart once in a while, but she was stupid afterward. Chapter 1479. When they arrived at Yi Xiang's room, Ying knocked on the door. "Auntie, it's me, Ying. Dad, Mom, and I are here to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, the locked door of the hotel room opened. Yi Xiang stood in front of the family of three, wearing a black trench coat. Her face was ashen. Ever since she confirmed that the person standing on the city gate tower was Yi Qian, she could not relax for even a second. Looking at Yi Fan, her lips trembled as she said, "Brother, something big happened." Her expression was so terrible that even Sun Dongqing, who had wanted to show off her power, was shocked. What happened? Her heart fluttered for a moment due to all the fuss. The room was filled with the smell of cigarettes. Sun Yaozu, who had smoked half a pack of cigarettes, stood up. His expression was also terrible, but when he spoke, his fierceness did not change. "Something troublesome has happened. Second brother, we have to discuss how to solve it. Look at the TV. I have to start from there." Sun Dongqing glanced at it and looked away. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Didn't you just go to the capital for a vacation? Do you still need to show off to us? Do you think I haven't been there before?" She did not look carefully, but Ying saw it. She, who had been standing there with a smile, turned pale in an instant. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the figure she was most familiar with. It was also the figure she hated the most. "Dad, Yi Qian, look. That's Yi Qian." Yi Fan saw it only a few steps later than his daughter. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure on the TV. This. After being reminded, Sun Dongqing finally saw Yi Qian. She looked at him in disbelief and stuttered, This isn't this the city gate tower? Why? Why is she standing with the leader?" Everyone wanted to know. Everyone wanted to know why Yi Qian was standing with the leader of the country. Ying, who was leaning against the bed, fell onto the bed. The photo stimulated her so much that she was in a daze. She mumbled, "How is this possible? How is that possible? No way, no way, no way." Sun Yaozu saw that the mother and daughter did not believe him no matter what. They only knew how to repeat bullshit like, "I don't know how to." He cursed in his heart. "Motherfucker, I didn't ask you to come here to listen to bullshit." "Nising, your aunt recorded it with a DV camera. You don't believe me? Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Do you want to watch the recording? Come here and watch." He pointed at the DV camera on the coffee table, glanced at Yi Ying, and said to Yi Fan, "Brother Tingrui, you decide what to do. This damn girl is attending the celebration with the leaders of the country, and she's even standing on top of the city gate tower. I told you to raise her into a useless person, but you fucking sent her to the country's leaders with your own hands. Second brother, if you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off." Sun Dongqing didn't think about how to deal with the aftermath. She rushed over and picked up the DV machine on the coffee table. Her hands trembled as she pressed the buttons. "How do I do it?" What are you going to do with this lousy thing? I want to watch the video. I want to watch the video. She was panicking, panicking. She was really panicking. On the other side, Ying got up from the bed and stumbled over. Her body was trembling. Mom, give it to me. Show it to me. I want to see it. I want to see it. Chapter 1480. Yi Ying's reaction was bigger than anyone else's. After snatching the DV camera, the more anxious she was, the more she didn't know how to use it. Her lips trembled as she pressed down hard on the function button, so hard that her fingertips turned white. How could this be? How could this be? She had just accepted that Yi Qian had gone further than her and stood higher than her. She had finally adjusted her mindset. Why did something unacceptable happen again? Why? Yi Qian was better than her now. She had to accept it. As long as she worked hard, she would surpass her one day. She would return to the past, and Yi Qian would only be able to look up to her. But in the end, Yi Ying's face was not only pale, but she also looked crazy. She was in a state of confusion and was not normal at all. After pressing the buttons for a long time and not seeing the video she wanted, Yi Ying suddenly raised her head and shouted at Yi Zhixiang. What rubbish! What rubbish did you buy? You call yourself a college student. You don't even know how to use a small video recorder. Yi Zhixiang glanced at Yi Ying with disdain. She did not act like an elder and said sarcastically, No wonder you can't compare to Yi Qian in everything. You're just stupid. Bitch, shut up. Sun Dongqing, who was defending her daughter, immediately jumped out and shouted back, You shameless bitch. Ying Ying calls you Annie. Bitch like you, Ba. You don't deserve it. Yi Zhixiang could not take this kind of insult. Hearing this, she was so angry that she screamed and rushed over like a shrew. Sun Dongqing, you bitch, how dare you insult me? I'm going to tear your rotten mouth apart. She pounced on Sun Dongqing and began to fight. She scratched Sun Dongqing's face with her hands and kicked Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who did not expect her to attack, did not react in time and suffered a few losses. Insult you? Not only am I going to insult you, I'm going to hit you. Yi Zhixiang, who had the upper hand, cursed. She did not learn old Madame Ye's cleverness, but she learned how to insult and step on people's sore spots. You're so stupid. No wonder you gave birth to a stupid thing like Yi Ying. You're not as good as Yi Qian, but you're so full of yourself. You want to compare yourself to Yi Qian? You won't even have a chance in your next life. Sun Yaozu took a look and said to Yi Zhifan gloomily, Second brother, you don't care about second sister-in-law? She's the wife of a provincial official, after all. Why is she acting like a shrew? As he spoke, he had no intention of stepping out to mediate the fight. Zhixiang needs to be taught a lesson. Mom doesn't have the energy right now, so let her sister-in-law teach her a lesson. Yi Zhifan didn't intend to stop the fight. Sun Dongqing had always been good at fighting. No one expected Yi Ying's expression to be so crazy. Yi Zhixiang had stepped on her sore spot. Her last shred of rationality snapped when Yi Zhixiang said, You want to compare yourself with Yi Qian? You won't even have a chance in your next life. He finally collapsed. Her eyes were bloodshot and her facial features were twisted. She looked around the room with a ferocious expression. When the four adults weren't paying attention, she picked up 2 teacups and approached Yi Zhixiang. Just as Yi Zhifan thought, Sun Dongqing wouldn't let herself be at a disadvantage when it came to fighting. She pressed Yi Zhixiang to the ground and rode on her like a horse. She lectured Yi Zhixiang fiercely. You want to fight with me? Why don't you open your eyes and see who I am? You dare to insult Ying Ying. Your mouth should be torn apart. Yi Zhixiang wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as she could move her hands, she could hit back. She deserves to be stepped on by Yi Qian. She's as stupid as her mother. Yi Zhixiang, whose forehead was hit, instinctively covered her face and yelled, Murder! Murder! Chapter 1481. With 2 porcelain cups in her hands, Yi Ying smashed them on Yi Zhixiang's head, face, and the corner of her mouth. She did not say a word. She just kept smashing them mechanically. Those who said she was not as good as Yi Qian deserved to die. Those who said she was not as good as Yi Qian deserved to be beaten up. Those who dared to say that about her deserved to die and be beaten up. Sun Dongqing was scared out of her wits. She was shocked by Yi Ying's cruel and merciless behavior. She could only watch as her daughter smashed them again and again until she could not react. Not only was she scared out of her wits, but even the fierce Sun Yaozu was scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that a little girl could be so cruel? She was smashing a porcelain cup on Yi Zhixiang's head. She was going to kill her. Everyone in the room was scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. Everything happened so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. Because it happened so suddenly, there was no way to prepare in advance or prepare for it. Even Yi Zhifan's mind went blank for a few seconds. Yi Zhifan, who was the first to react, rushed over and grabbed Yi Ying's shoulders with his arms. He forcefully dragged Yi Ying back, causing her to fall to the ground. Yi Ying, who was in a frenzy, could not take it anymore. "I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her. Let go of me. Let go of me." She struggled to get up from the thick carpet. She waved the blood-stained porcelain cups in her hands. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she was possessed. "I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her." Yi Zhifan could not control her anymore. The back of his hand was also smashed. He grabbed Yi Ying and yelled at Sun Yaozu. "What the fuck are you doing? Take the cups away from her." Then he said to Sun Dongqing, "Call 120. Yi Zhixiang screamed in pain. She covered her face with her hands, and blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. The carpet was soaked in blood. If anything were to happen to Yi Zhixiang today, his daughter would be ruined, completely ruined. Sun Dongqing, who got off Yi Zhixiang, scrambled to find her handbag and pulled out the 120 emergency number. Sun Yaozu also reacted. He rushed up and snatched the cups from Yi Ying's hands. He kicked Yi Ying's chest. "Fuck, I didn't expect her to be so cruel." His wife was beaten. He did not have much affection for his wife. Yi Zhifan didn't have time to stop her. He could only watch as his daughter was kicked on the spot. Her eyes turned white, and she fainted for a moment. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Ying's screams could not be heard in the noisy room. Only Yi Zhixiang's screams could be heard. Sun Dongqing looked at the blood flowing through the gaps between Yi Zhixiang's fingers. Her heart raced, and she panicked. "Take our daughter away, quick!" Yi Zhifan was also panicking, but he knew that he had to clean up the mess. He needed to take his daughter away as soon as possible and not let the medical staff see her. "Take your and your daughter's passports and go straight to the airport. Call me as soon as you buy the tickets to any city." Sun Yaozu would not let Yi Zhixiang off so easily. He had to send his daughter away before he could react. Sun Dongqing, who was out of her wits, could only listen to her husband's instructions. With her hair disheveled, she folded her handbag and carried her daughter, who had fainted. She really did carry Yi Ying, who was at least 165 centimeters tall and weighed around 94 kilograms, and left the hotel quickly. Chapter 1482. They were originally here because of Yi Qian, but in the end, it ended with her in the hospital. Her nose was broken, and there were several serious injuries on her head, forehead, and chin that required stitches. The bones on the back of her hand were cracked. When the results came out, Yi Zhifan's hand trembled as he held the report. "This is going to be hard to explain. Ying is in big trouble," he muttered to himself. She gave Sun Yaozu a handle on her. "Trouble is coming." Yi Zhifan sat down tiredly. He didn't move for a long time, so he closed his eyes and sat there quietly like a statue. Yi Qian, who he originally wanted to raise as a good-for-nothing, became an important person. He accompanied the country's leaders to the city gate tower to watch the grand celebration. His daughter, who he had painstakingly raised to become a phoenix, became a runaway and accomplished nothing. He couldn't understand how things got to this point. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He wanted to ask Yi Qian. He really wanted to ask Yi Qian what happened on the second day of junior high. How did she suddenly wake up? How did she suddenly know how to work hard? She worked hard and was in the limelight, but she made others feel uneasy. The hornless dragon jade pendant, Yi Xinfan, Sun Xueqing. Yi Zhifan thought about the past. In the end, he covered his face with both hands and buried his head. His straight back also bent down. Yi Qian, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know about Yi Zhifan's thoughts. She was still sleeping soundly on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. She didn't even realize that K7 and Bai He had stopped to change shifts. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xia Jinyuan gently supported Yi Qian's shoulder. His movements were slow and gentle as he helped her lean against the car window again. He said to Bai He, who was sitting in the back, "Let her rest against the car window. She can change her pillow from left to right. She won't get a stiff neck." Bai He, who didn't know what was going on, nodded and said, "I'll adjust her position." K7's eyelashes fluttered slightly. J5 and V7 always said that Q King was shameless. He really was shameless. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the car window, found it funny. He really knew how to find excuses. At 5 in the morning, Yi Qian prepared to switch shifts with Xia Jinyuan. She drove all the way to Huzhou Airport to catch the earliest flight to Yuyang. The flight tickets had already been booked, and the four of them boarded the plane at 7:15 a.m. News came from the Pigeon that the Director General would also be taking a plane to Guilin. After a night of interrogation, they managed to pry out a lot of clues from Charlie, as well as the crimes that were not discovered. The Director General was furious. The Pigeon's interrogation skills have improved again. Xia Jinyuan, who knew the result, said to Bai He with a smile, "How dare you say you can't take the scare? You didn't even use your ultimate move, and you already confessed everything." Bai He thought of the Pigeon's interrogation methods and sneered. Everyone has their own specialization. She's a psychology doctoral student after all. There were many talents in the Snowfield Brigade, and any one of them was much better than the average person. Every one of them had several titles. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the middle, had a tranquil smile on her face. She quietly watched the two of them talking in low voices. Her comrades were so powerful, so how could she fall behind? When you're with experts, you'll wholeheartedly chase after their footsteps and learn from them in order to motivate yourself and allow yourself to ceaselessly improve and grow. This was the principle of one is marked by the company one keeps. The plane landed at 10:30 a.m. Yi Qian sat in a shabby minibus and headed to a small village deep in the mountains. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The minibus was severely overloaded. Yi Qian, who was sitting at the back, opened the window to let the fresh air blow away the stuffy atmosphere in the minibus. Her gaze would occasionally linger on the woman in front of her, and then she would gently move away. This was the target she was keeping a close eye on. Chapter 1483. Yi Qian glanced at her discreetly, then calmly retracted his gaze. She lowered her head and took out a small silver phone from her pocket. The signal in the mountains was not very good. Before they set off, Captain Xia and the others had thought of this problem, so Bai He gave her a small device the size of a palm. It was specially designed to receive signals. Once they entered the mountains, they only needed to turn it on to receive signals. Her fingers lazily played with the phone's keyboard. The dictated sounds of typing could be heard from time to time, conveying the message that she was bored and irritated. Sitting next to Yi Qian was a young man who had returned to the village from working. He was a little reserved and did not dare to lean completely against the seat. Every time his gaze drifted to the beautiful and young girl beside him, he seemed to be even more nervous. After a few times, Yi Qian felt bad for him. After playing with the phone for a while, Yi Qian lowered his eyes to cover his flickering eyes. Then, he casually put the phone into his pocket and closed his eyes with a heavy heart expression. The target that Yi Qian had targeted secretly watched Yi Qian many times. She sized up Yi Qian's attire and observed Yi Qian's actions and expressions. In the end, as if she had confirmed something, her hands with bright red fingernails opened her exquisite handbag. She fumbled in the bag with one hand for a while before retracting her hand. "Hold on tight, hold on tight." In front, the driver loudly reminded the passengers to hold on tight to prevent them from falling when the car made a sharp turn. As the car began to turn, the people in the car fell in one direction and then in the opposite direction. After 2 consecutive left and right turns, the passengers standing in the car swayed back and forth like roly-poly toys. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, almost 2 hours before Yi Qian boarded the car. Some people wanted to board the car midway. They probably did not want to stand in front, so they kept squeezing to the back. The passengers who were squeezed said, "Why are you squeezing? There are no seats in the back. I like to stand in the back. What can you do to me?" The one who got on the bus was a sloppily dressed man. He used the simplest and crudest language to reply to the passengers who had insulted him. Someone whispered, "Don't mess with him. He's a hooligan in this area. He usually makes a living by stopping cars from other places. If he sleeps on the road without paying, he won't get up. His villagers call him Old Rascal." Most people wouldn't provoke this kind of person for fear of getting into trouble. The man nicknamed Old Rascal was not angry. Instead, he felt proud. He squeezed to the back of the crowd and exchanged glances with the woman Yi Qian was staring at. He saw that the woman was glancing in Yi Qian's direction. Old Rascal followed her gaze and looked over. When he saw Yi Qian, his yellow eyes widened. Indeed, a good one had arrived. Sister Li's taste was indeed high. The two of them exchanged silent glances. Then the Old Rascal walked over to the young man, sitting with Yi Qian, and said, "Stand up, I want to sit here." His voice was just like his nickname, Rascal and Barbaric. "I'll count to 3. If you don't stand up, I'll beat you up." The young man was naturally unwilling, but when he saw Old Rascal suddenly pull out a knife from his pocket, his expression changed. He lowered his head and hugged his old backpack tightly. He silently stood up. Yi Qian did not open her eyes. As the car swayed, her body swayed as well. She maintained her balance and did not move left or right. Chapter 1484. Little girl, it's so tiring for you to sit like this. Come, lean on my shoulder. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Less than 2 minutes after they sat down, the sloppily dressed Old Rascal began to speak rudely. "Don't be shy. Don't you think it's right to rely on your friends when you're outside?" After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Yi Qian's shoulder. His action made Yi Qian's eyes turn cold. She opened her eyes and stared at him like a newborn calf without a trace of fear. "You'd better get your dirty hands off me. Otherwise, I'll call the police." After getting into the car, this person made eye contact with his target. They were going to put on a show. Yi Qian knew very well what was going on. She pulled a long face and stared coldly at the man who wanted to touch her. She needed to enter the village to meet Fu Hui. After the police investigation, the only person who could reassure the committee member was his mistress who had been with him for 6 years, Li Yi. The woman's name was Li Yi. She was the mistress of the main culprit of the evil cult, the committee member. At the beginning of every month, she would rush from the city to the mountains and tell the committee member everything that happened in the city. The man who wanted to touch her was definitely someone that Li Yi had deliberately called up. Little girls from the city are different. They like to call the police. The Old Rascal didn't dare to take her hand. Sister Li was staring at him. He had the intention, but he didn't have the guts. He only put his hand on the back of Yi Qian's seat. He licked his face and smiled wretchedly. "Little girl, we're too far away from the police. They can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm worried that you won't be able to sleep well because of the shaky ride. I'm lending you my shoulder. I'm just being nice." Normally, Yi Qian would have beaten him up without a word. But now, she had to endure it and pretend to be afraid. Faced with the Old Rascal's harassment, Yi Qian pursed her lips and looked around. She needed to confirm if there were any of Li Yi's accomplices in the car, in case something went wrong later. A few passengers who made eye contact with Yi Qian turned their heads away and didn't look at her anymore. They misunderstood that the girl who was being pestered by the Old Rascal was asking them for help. Li Yi also misunderstood, but this was the kind of misunderstanding she wanted. "Big brother, I'll switch places with you." She got up and walked over. At the same time, she reached into her bag and pulled out $200 bills. "This is my sister. She's visiting my relatives with me. Just now, she was a little awkward and was a little unhappy. I'm sorry, big brother. Can we exchange seats with you?" Li Yi, who was wearing heavy makeup, was 36 years old. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and she was very recognizable. He was wearing a black undershirt, a black knee-length leather jacket, a red scarf around his neck, a pair of black skinny jeans, and a pair of mid-length leather boots. Among the group of plainly dressed villagers, he looked particularly Western. In the words of the villagers, one could tell at a glance that he was a city dweller. She took out the money and acted as if she was trying to avoid a disaster. Everyone on the bus thought that she was really Yi Qian's older sister. The old rascal didn't dare to take the money at first, but Li Yi forced the money into his hands. Only then did he take it with a smile. While playing with a knife, he deliberately said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have had to be a good person." After taking the money, he immediately got up and asked the driver to stop the bus and let him out. Once he took the money, there was no need to give it back. Even if it was Sister Li's money, he still took it. It was normal for him to collect some fees for doing things. Chapter 1485. As soon as he got out of the car, the atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed. Li Yi sat down and said to Yi Qian earnestly, "Sister, you have to be careful when you go out alone. Now that the world has changed, there are too many bad people. How can a girl like you be so bold? I see that you're dressed well and even use a mobile phone. Which village are you going to visit?" In addition to being the mistress of the committee member, Li Yi also had another identity. She was the boss of the Golden Bath Center. Her identity was also revealed from Charlie's mouth. She had been active in Yuyang for a long time, taking in girls who had been abducted and sold. Through various illegal and cruel means, she forced the girls to engage in illegal activities. Now, Yi Qian was the girl she wanted to abduct. She, who was in charge of Yuyang, had the backing of the committee member, the leader of the cult. She hired members of the cult to specifically find girls who liked to reap without sowing and then used various reasons to abduct girls in Yuyang. Then she controlled the personal freedom of the girls and used threats and promises to make these girls willingly sell their bodies in order to obtain money. It was precisely because they were abducting girls who liked to reap without sowing that they had never been discovered. No girls chose to call the police because they were often willing to stay after tasting the sweetness. Li Yi's life experience was also very rough. When she was young, she didn't like to study. All she wanted was to live a good life. After dropping out of school in junior high, she entered society and dated a boyfriend who was twice her age. Young and ignorant, she thought that she had found a life support, a man who was willing to spend money for her, who knew that her boyfriend would turn around and sell her to a snakehead who specialized in organizing girls to sell their bodies in the sauna centers and foot massage centers in Zhejiang. Li Yi, who had resisted before, received a customer for the first time. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was forced to sit at the bar on the first day and received a total of 800 yuan. The snakehead took 400 yuan for the tea and gave her the remaining 400 yuan. In 1988, she could earn 800 yuan a day, which was more than the 9-to-5 jobs of the city's office workers. From then on, Li Yi no longer ran away and no longer thought about leaving. She peacefully became a hostess. Li Yi, who was used to a life of drunkenness, went further and further away. When she was 30 years old and no longer young, she met a man who was generous and spent a lot of money. Although he was not handsome, he could bring her to high-end places. He could buy a car and a house whenever he wanted. From 1994 to 1999, Li Yi had followed this man for 6 years. She became the lady boss and the procuress, taking in girls who were as ambitious as she was back then and liked to reap without sowing. If someone didn't submit to her, she would use such violent means as defiling, beating, and imprisoning to force them to submit. In Li Yi's words, "Who can you blame for your own bad luck?" In the past 4 years, she couldn't even remember how many girls had been beaten to death or crippled by Li Yi. But so what? If he hadn't behaved himself back then, he would have been beaten to death long ago. That was why it was said that one had to accept one's fate. If one didn't accept one's fate, they would end up in a miserable state. The car swayed as it moved. Some of the villagers in the car started smoking, while the familiar ones started chatting loudly. The whole car was noisy and noisy. They were also whispering about what had happened just now, but they didn't dare to let the people in the car hear them. In the back of the car, Yi Qian had already opened his heart to Li Yi and told her everything. "I don't want to go home. It's so boring. Sis, where's this car going? I didn't look and just jumped into the car. I don't even know where it's going." Chapter 1486. When Li Yi heard this, the smile on her face deepened and became more sincere. She liked this kind of girl. She was naive, self-righteous, and most importantly, she ran away from home. It's good to be young. You can leave whenever you want without any burden. This car is going to a small county. It's also the most beautiful county in Yuyang. There are many mountains around it, and many foreign tourists love to go there to play. Take my husband's house, for example. When I agreed to marry him, it was because I was fascinated by the scenery in his village. Li Yi was a very chatty woman, and she was also a very smart woman. When she heard that Yi Qian didn't even plan where she was going, she began to seduce Yi Qian without leaving a trace. If Yi Qian was really a girl who didn't hide from worldly affairs, after nearly an hour of chatting, she would definitely completely believe Li Yi, who gave off a generous and kind impression. No wonder the big committee member only trusted Li Yi despite having so many mistresses. With her glib tongue and outstanding interpersonal skills, it was easy for her to gain the big committee member's favor. Yi Qian, who had been tricked for so long, began to fish for information. She tilted her head and asked excitedly, "Is it really that beautiful? Where is it? Is there food? Where do you live? Are the people there good? I heard that the people in the village like to raise dogs. Will I be bitten by a dog if I go there?" "There's a chance. The fish has taken a bait." Li quickly said, "Beautiful, very beautiful. If you go there, you won't want to leave. That place is the most beautiful mountain village in our county. There's food and shelter. The villagers are very kind. There are definitely dogs. As long as you don't run around, they won't bite." With dogs and villagers covering for the big committee member, it would be more difficult to escape once they were discovered. They would be surrounded by the whole village. The few police officers who were sacrificed were like this. "I see. I'm most afraid of dogs." Yi Qian hesitated and sighed. "I don't have anywhere to go. I don't want to go where there are dogs." "Sister, is there a hotel in your county?" If Li kept an eye on her, she would definitely think of a way to restrain the dogs in the village. Then she could quickly contact the high school student, Fu Hui. When their ugly faces were exposed, he would first confuse the dogs guarding the house so that Captain Xia and the others could sneak into the village. Every word he said had a deeper meaning. Yi Qian entered the village and began to deploy his troops. To Li Yi, whatever Yi Qian said was not a problem at all. She said straightforwardly, "What's so difficult about that? When the time comes, we just have to lock the dog up." After saying that, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey, little sister, you want to go to my husband's village to take a look?" She thought that she was the one who had fished, but she did not know that she was the one who had been caught. She had been firmly hooked by Yi Qian's bait. Why were they in such a hurry to rush from Huzhou to Yuyang? It was because the police had grasped Li Yi's movements and knew what kind of plan would make her fall for it. Yi Qian was a female soldier sent by the military to assist the Yuyang police. She was asked to be the vanguard to lure Li Yi into the enemy's territory. This was the mission given to her by the military. The fish had been hooked. Yi Qian, who was extremely patient, did not immediately pull in the net. The target was too cunning and had to be dealt with carefully. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian nodded and agreed with a smile. He said, "Sister, you're so nice. Then I'll bother you for a few days. I won't be staying for too long. When you leave, I'll go with you." The smile on Li Yi's face was unusually deep. She did not expect to gain so much. A few hours of driving was worth it.